Hey guys, Rorius here. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. I know for most people it's April Fool's, but April Fool's was actually yesterday for me. Knew I'd get jump scared. Nice. Yeah, if you have it on in the background, just suddenly like, Rory's voice. Hey, hey guys. Rorbius. It's Rorband. Can't even say it with a straight face. Oh, just got an ad. Damn. I was gonna say, I know, I know someone, I forget which one, but one of the Fireboys is an imposter. Hello and welcome to the stream. Also, April Fool's in stream, in stream immediately. Yeah. How's it? Uni and everything going? It has been stressful. Not because I'm like stressful, just because there's a bunch of assessments coming up, and no, I figured it out from the chat earlier. There's firstly someone there was Fireboy said hi, and then Fireboy was like, "That person's an imposter," and I can look at in the chat. I can look at people's chat history, and it was quite obvious once I looked at the chat history. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's been stressful because there's a bunch of assessments coming up, and like they're as per usual, they're all clustered around the same time, and unfortunately, a bunch of my papers require academic writing style, so all the assessments are like essays or like written like written stuff, like long written stuff, and they all require to be written in an academic writing form and to be have references all through it. I'm not one for I've never been good at writing essays, firstly. Secondly, uh terrible at referencing because I mean I can tell you all about the things I know, I can tell you all about the course. The course I'm doing, I can tell you a ton of stuff about how it works and the themes and the important details and things, but like yeah, I'm terrible at referencing. Fire posture. I was gonna. Yeah. Anyway, let's get started on the reaction stuff, shall we? So we've got Unitree. Also, how do I don't like the new way that I don't like the new way that what the why did it start playing? It was paused on the screen. What the hell? What the hell? It was paused on both screens, and yet it was still playing. Also, this freaking song is gonna get me freaking copyright claimed. So let's just watch it back like this. Hmm. Yeah, the music. Yeah. Just had to buy myself Helldivers 1, just because I ain't spending €400 just for a PS5 to play Helldivers 2. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah. I knew it was Zach. I like how the robot doesn't even really try to walk down the steps. It's capable of standing on the steps with its feet at a huge angle. That's funny. Okay. I might just have to watch them
August
like
24th,
this.
2017, the Half-Life community awoke to the biggest news since the release of Episode 2. Mark Laidlaw, one of the main writers of the Half-Life series, who had at this point been retired for years, just released the script for Episode 3. The entire
What is
Half-Life community
happening?
was shocked at this event. It is important to note that Mark Laidlaw did state that his work was merely fanfiction, not to be seen as an actual continuation.
The video was
He also
paused,
regrets
but it's
posting
still
it,
playing!
and actually deleted the article
the
of his
hell?
website in May last year. I have a full video dedicated to Episode 3, the name of the story that Mark Laidlaw published, which explains the story and community fallout in a lot more detail. Recapping the story won't be the main
Fuck! This is what I was talking about! What the fuck? Yeah. Is this gonna happen every time? Is this an April Fool's joke? Is this a Reddit April Fool's joke?
On August 24th, 2017, the Half-Life community awoke to the biggest news since the release of Episode 2. Mark Laidlaw, one of the main writers of the Half-Life series, who had at this point been retired for years, just released the script for Episode 3. The entire Half-Life community was shocked at this event. It is important to note that Mark Laidlaw did state that his work was merely fanfiction, not to be seen as an actual continuation.
Just too annoying,
He also
yeah.
since regrets posting it, and actually deleted the article of his website in May last year. I have a full video dedicated to Episode 3, the name of the story that Mark Laidlaw published, which explains the story and community fallout in a lot
Hey,
more
Dr.
detail.
Kitten.
Recapping the story won't be the main focus of this video. The story is incredibly beautiful, and I suggest you to read it for yourself or to watch my video on it, as summarizing it in a short way would be a shame. But I will do so anyway. Eli dead, we search Borealis, we find Mossman at Borealis, Alex kills her, Borealis flies towards the Combine world and will explode shortly, though Gordon realizes it won't do anything that actually hurts the Combine, Alex gets plucked out of there by the G-Man and Gordon gets saved by the Vortigons. Depending on which of the multiple endings Mark Laidlaw gave, Gordon either finds himself on a beach in the future and nobody remembers him, or back in time right before boarding the Black Mesa tram on that fateful day. The end. This video is about one certain aspect of the community fallout of Episode 3 releasing. That being the modding side of it. What's their plan to remake Mark Laidlaw's vision of a sequel?
Wait, were there two endings to the Epistle 3? I don't remember there being that second ending. The only ending I remember is the one where he awakes on a beach.
A sequel which, after many years of not hearing anything, most believed to be dead, Episode 3 being the final nail in the coffin of sorts. We'll talk about all the projects that sprung up during that time and why to this day, we still have no actual mod recreating the story of Episode 3. Thinking of Episode 3 got me thinking about Christmas, sitting on the couch cuddled up and enjoying time with my family. But family is also pretty boring. If only there was the perfect mobile game to spend my time on.
I was gonna say,
wait,
it feels like an ad.
The sponsor of this video? This video is sponsored by Ray. Episode 3 was released, a subreddit called Dreams of
Shadow
Half-Life 3 was
Legends.
created, centered around a team of modders planning on recreating Episode 3 as a game. Only a day after the subreddit creation did they create a Twitter account, called Project Borealis, on which they immediately went ahead and shared their very first
Right,
creation.
I see what you mean.
This texture of ice, followed by this Combine wall covered in snow. The subreddit started filling with suggestion posts. It was a wild time to be around. The team behind Project Borealis actually supported this and wanted as much community input as possible, given that they were all simply models of the community that were volunteering to help. It would only be 2 short months when they would post their first status update. Update 1, the inaugural update. Here they would show off concept art and models they made. Some pretty exciting stuff. They also showcased some music that they made, which take a listen. I think this sounds very Half-Life.
Yeah, very
There was
cool.
however one point of contention in the eyes of the Half-Life community. Project Borealis was going to be made with Unreal Engine 4.
Yeah.
For anyone unaware, the Source engine is the game engine Half-Life 2, Episode 1, Episode 2 used. It's beloved by fans even to this day.
Music.
It was a revolutionary engine at its time, and games like Garry's Mod, for example, can attribute some of its success to it, because so many people wanted to experiment around with the Source engine, especially because of its physics. The switch to Unreal Engine 4 was made for a number of reasons, the most obvious and glaring one being that Source is very outdated now. They much preferred the pipeline of Unreal Engine 4, which is something that the team stated in an interview with 80.lv. They also mentioned that they were aware of what switching to Unreal Engine meant, that they would do their best to recreate the crisp movement we know and love from Source games, including airstrafing, bunny hopping, and just the general vibe of Half-Life 2's gameplay. Something they believe to be very possible with a flexible Unreal Engine. They would also use the opportunity to improve certain aspects. For example, ladders, which most are in agreement that these are pretty clunky in Source. Source 2 was at this time only used in Dota 2. They would later state that they would have loved to have used Source 2, but that it simply wasn't ready at the time. Many fans would have preferred the game in one of the Source engines. They would not need to wait long though. Before even getting to post their second update, a new project was announced, Boreal Alive. In a post in r/keepawayfromfire, the subreddit made for the team of the same name, they announced that they were going to be working on their own version of Epistle 3. However, this time in Source 1, while both teams were working towards the same overall thing, that being telling the story of Epistle 3 in form of a game, they had different visions in pulling this off. Project Borealis was looking to fully modernize the game, and while still keeping the same overall vibe of Half-Life 2 and its episodes, wanted to make a game that felt modern. Boreal Alive, however, wanted to stay very close to the source, literally, going for more of a classic vibe we know and love. Taking a look at a gameplay video released only a few months after the initial announcement, this looks a lot closer to a game that would have released somewhere around the time the episodes did, something that many fans preferred over a modernized version of Half-Life. To be clear, this rivalry between the mods I'm building up right now wasn't actually anything close to that. In fact, both mods were supportive of one another and the community was grateful for both of them. I mean, after waiting for close to 10 years for Episode 3, they were now getting 2 at once. There's absolutely nothing to complain about there. There were also some
Source 2 development tools are available now, but still no one really has, well, very few people have Source 2 source code access. Pardon me. So, in other words, you can make stuff for Source 2. Well, you can make stuff for Half-Life Alyx, which is in Source 2. But yeah, you can't make a full-fledged game unless you request Source 2 source code access from Valve. Oh, 1 second. 1 second, guys. Oh, what? I don't know, my freaking microphone would not mute. I kept clicking it. Oh, hey Zoe. It was on the hot setting. Rorius isn't actually back, it's just an April Fool's prank. Hey Josh. Welcome. I know they released the Source Filmmaker 2, right? Yes. Yeah. There's. That's the thing. Is like, I think that there's access to tools and stuff you can use to work on Source 2, but just nothing quite like Source X, like the code access. Yeah. Anyway.
third parties getting involved. Take for example the Epistle 3ville, a community mapping challenge that lasted for only 50 hours hosted on One Thing Should Live, a Half-Life modding site. Contestants had to create a map inspired in some way by Mark Laidlaw's writing, and while most definitely show that they only had about 50 hours of time, there is one specifically I'd like to shout out that created a really detailed...
Sorry?
I'll wear it anyway.
Are you sure?
It's not like damn, it's damn.
Uh...
Maybe my body heat will eventually drop.
product for the short time it was given, that being Tractor Borealis by Ethosol. It is, funnily enough, even to this day the very best Epistle 3 content, and on top of that, the only actual one. This released only a few months after Epistle 3 itself did. Some of you are probably screaming right now. I know there is one more, I'll get to that one later. I want to quickly speak on the topic of Valve. Some of you may think that Valve will have a problem with teams coming together to essentially create Episode 3. Companies like Nintendo or basically any other company 100% would. If you have been around the Valve community for a bit, you have probably already assumed correctly that
Shoes
Valve
untied.
didn't care at all. Valve is incredibly lax when it comes to
My
community
bare
creations,
feet are untied.
which is always great to see. So yeah, Valve does not care, and thus the projects can continue as they want to. Only a few months after Boreal and Liv shared their first video, Project Borealis did as well. This one managed to win over a lot of the community. They showed off some of the basics: weapons, movement, flashlight, the HUD. While it's hard to tell what the movement feels like through a video, all the aspects were looking really promising. An incredible feat was managed. They further mentioned in the update that they managed to flesh out a full draft of the script of the game, using all of Mark Laidlaw's elements and fleshing them out more, especially to create more space for gameplay. Come fall that year, both Boreal Alif and Project Borealis would post their biggest updates yet. Project Borealis showed a ton of gameplay, including some of the most important aspects. For example, the gravity gun and prop physics. They further explained that it was very important for them that fans were happy with what they created and that they would tweak it until this was the case. They also once promised that they would get as close to Half-Life 2 as possible, while still adding some improvements to make the world feel more alive. As an example of this, they talked about dynamic music, something we actually eventually got in Half-Life Alyx. They also talked about their upcoming tech demo that will be set in an Arctic version of Ravenholm. Overall, a very promising update. Boreal Alif shared some progress they made in updating the source engine. They managed to implement physically based rendering, a technique used in most modern games that helped make things look a lot more real by giving more accurate shading and reflections, a huge addition to Source. They also implemented subsurface scattering, which is a term that describes when light passes through things, for example and most importantly, human skin. It helps make people and faces look even more real. They also added a brand new sound system that features reverb. Both games were heading in a very promising direction. About half a year later we would get the biggest piece of media to come out of any Epistle 3 mod yet. Project Borealis Update 5. Update 5 blew it out of the park. It released in June of 2019.
This is when I
It started off with
came
fairly
across
basic
it.
but still exciting stuff, showcasing some levels and gameplay in them, which also
I
showed some
remember
cool slow
coming across
effects.
this.
Not
Achieved with
Source.
a ton of concept art was shown, models they created, and a more realistic sound system similar to Boreal and Liv, albeit a little more realistic. Personally, I must say that I think this actually sounded worse than the one of Boreal and Liv. Perhaps sacrificing a bit of realism would have been the better choice here, but obviously this is all still a work in progress. However, all of the previously mentioned things paled in comparison to the physics they showcased in a later segment of this video. They moved to Epic Games' new physics engine, Chaos, which allows for a lot more realistic destruction and improves overall performance. Not only did they manage to create perfect gravity gun interactions, they improved them to have somewhat of an AoE attack, affecting props near where you're shooting. They also managed to have a massive amount of props interact with one another smoothly, something the Source 2 engine would later also do in Half-Life Alyx. They used this to add an alt-fire to the gravity gun that allowed
that
for not
stuff
only
is so
one prop to
cool.
be picked up, but instead for a vortex to be created that sucks up all props nearby and allows the player to launch all of them at once. Furthermore, they added realistic wind. As the game would be set in the Arctic and thus in a very windy environment, this was a very important aspect to get right. Air drag was also implemented, which I didn't know how cool this makes physics look. Look at this. Flat planes now float realistically. This video made its rounds through every single video game news section I think of. It
thank
sits
you
at
for
almost a
donations,
million
Zoe.
views today. It's to this day the video that most people think of when thinking
1/16
of
for
Project
pack of
Borealis.
crackers.
Boreal Alif went on to release a mini update, as
Well,
they
thank
themselves
you.
called
I
it, in October
appreciate
of
it.
2019. This wasn't too exciting. It showcased some early level design and models. Still some pretty cool stuff, but it's
It should
obviously
come
hard
up on
to
the
follow what
screen
Project Borealis has just
shortly.
released. At this point, a shocking revelation happened to all the Epistle 3 projects. Half-Life Alyx was announced. For anyone still unspoiled, skip to here, as heavy spoilers will be mentioned. Project Borealis released a blog post about Half-Life Alyx, stating that
gonna
Boss
do
said that even though it is a prequel, fans should play
I might
Half-Life
have
2 and
to
its
log
episodes
into
before Half-Life
Streamlabs.
Alyx, which might mean that there could be some bigger lore tie-in in Half-Life Alyx. They did however mention that they are planning to treat Half-Life Alyx as canon. Surely Half-Life Alyx won't change anything about the plans of making an Episode 3 mod, right? At the end of the day, it's just a prequel, right?
Spoilers! Spoilers!
Well, with Eli revived and Alex taken by the G-Man, this would be quite the big shake-up to any mod trying to tell Epistle 3. The official response from Project Borealis was posted on their Twitter about a month after release. Just a quick update from the Project Borealis team that while Half-Life Alyx has provided us with a huge amount of inspiration and motivation, we're continuing to work on the game using Epistle 3 as the base for our story. Meaning that they are, depending on how the time travel aspect of Half-Life Alyx truly plays out, and if there are two timelines or not, either going with the original timeline or straight up ignoring Half-Life Alyx as canon and simply fulfilling Mark Laidlaw's fanfiction, which I believe was the right thing to do either way. Boreal Alif followed with a statement only a day afterwards. They actually had a unique take on this, saying that now they know for a fact that Valve is not going with Epistle 3. Thus they are no longer in competition with Valve, which is a nice way of looking at it actually. So while I bet it would have been interesting to see someone mix Epistle 3 with the now canon events
God, it took a long time.
Alyx, both projects were aiming at simply
I had to
doing
wake
what Mark Laidlaw
Streamlabs
wrote,
up.
which is absolutely fair and also the right decision in my opinion. With this, Half-Life Alyx has no further relevance to this topic. Project Borealis would go on to post another pretty big video in which I showcase the awesome physics even more and explaining the systems behind it, including more showcases of the realistic wind and air drag and a video of them fully destroying a building using grenades in a really realistic manner. This stuff looked awesome.
I don't think I even saw
this has
this.
always been a part of Half-Life 2 and its episodes. It was however not real-time destruction for the most part, unlike what we are seeing here in Project Borealis. Boreal Alif showcased Odell, a cut character of Half-Life 2 who was planned to be seen on the Borealis at a time where the Borealis was to be seen in the beginning chapters of the game. They also did an asset showcase, showcasing a ton of really awesome looking stuff. Only a month later did they showcase a gun range and all the weapons they had programmed, all of them sounding really great, the animations and models also looking incredible. Only a few months later, in February of 2021, did we get an actual gameplay showcase. A really promising gameplay video at that. It showcased some great looking environments, some great sounding weapons and some of the graphical improvements they implemented. Project Borealis kept quiet at this time. Things were however looking really promising, until eventually... In a Twitter post made on the 7th of June 2021, Keep Away From Fire announced that Boreal Alif is likely being shelved permanently, not revealing a whole lot of the why. They will however do their best to share as much of their resources with the modding community as possible. It seems to be a curse that big Half-Life mods, especially ones with a huge team behind them, simply never end up being finished. They announced that they would be working separately and would be sharing the project. Avi, someone who was with Keep Away From Fire at the time, would go on to state why the project was cancelled, stating that the scope was way too large compared to what the team could achieve, organizational issues within the team, unstable tools and lack of level designers, and that it was an Epistle 3 project. It was further confirmed by the text collector man that it wasn't some sort of drama or anything, in a pretty lengthy amount of tweets, further explaining that it was simply the scope of the project that caused it to fail. So now at this point, only Project Borealis was left. The latest teaser can be found on the Twitter, which says, loading, PB_TWN_5Y, seemingly announcing a 5-year special of some sorts, TWN most likely referring to Ravenholm, as those levels were referred to as town in the fights of Half-Life 2. Remember how they announced that Ravenholm tech demo? It still hasn't released, even to this day. Perhaps this was supposed to be that, which was now over a year ago. So yeah, that is where the story for Project Borealis ends thus far. More to hopefully come. We do have 2 new contenders however that are still somewhat recent. There is Epistle 3 Minimalist mod, a mod that released pretty much out of nowhere in October of 2022. A mod met with so much hate that it deleted itself off the internet. Actually, I'm not too sure about that. But knowing the Half-Life community, this doesn't seem unlikely. But yeah, whatever may be the true cause, it's gone. You can still find it on Nexus mods though. The only description it has is that it isn't a gold source mod, as minimalist in Half-Life mods usually refers to something made in source being remade in gold source. The mod features some awesome chapters like the beginning of the Arctic, or the return of the administrator. The mod is a somewhat hastily thrown together quick retelling of Epistle 3. It's somewhat goofy, but
I've been to the
playable.
States before. I have.
Somewhat. It features a ton of
I've
bad
been to
gameplay
LA.
practices, bad grammar, and Alex AI that is somehow worse than
I
that
was
of Dr.
on my-
Rosenberg and Blue Shift. Still,
I was on a
shame that it
trip
got
with,
deleted. With this release, it officially managed to
it
become
was like
the
a-
very
I was-
first
I was
actual mod retelling the full
helping
events of
my
Epistle
mum
3,
with her
even if
school
it's not deleted.
students
However, there is the
going
other
to
promising new
France
contender,
for a
one that
school
actually seems to be
thing.
taking the project pretty seriously.
And on the way home,
Half-Life 2
we
Infinite
stopped off
Finality.
in LA.
The name being a reference
Spent
to
a
the
couple
ending of
days in
Epistle 3's
LA.
story. It popped up out of nowhere. The first post on the ModDB page was made in April of this year, 2023. It's made by Team Hyperborea, who,
So
going by their
I've
first
been
post,
to
used to be a team
Universal
of 8
Studios
people, but
LA,
has since upgraded to a total
and
of
I've
18
been
people. This mod was
around
announced immediately as a source mod.
been
They
on
went on to post a soundtrack on
the
YouTube
Walk
throughout
of
the
Fame and
year, which
everything.
sounds pretty great, I must say.
In,
Then they released a gameplay reveal, which was only 4 weeks ago at this point. It's clearly stated that it's all work in progress, and that they also used AI to voice Alex until they managed to find someone to voice her.
Oh,
And
I
while this
remember
might lack
something
certain
about
graphical
this.
improvements of Boreal Alif or improved mechanics of Project Borealis, It looks pretty fleshed out. It looks a lot like something that you would expect to see in an episode 3 would it have released back when it was planned to, somewhere around 2010. It does look a little rough around the edges still, something that will most likely be improved. And also state at the end that a chapter 1 demo is coming in 2024, a huge promise. This project is the one that a lot of people are betting their money on now, so to speak. It does look incredibly promising. It's crazy how even in this current day, Episode 3 is still this relevant and mods are still being worked on. A total of 6 years later. Bet you guys didn't realize it has been that long, huh?
6
It is to assume
years?
that Project Borealis is still being worked on as well.
Jesus.
1 year of radio silence is funnily enough not that long for a Half-Life mod. So as it's standing right now, we have 2 projects to wait on. Project Borealis and Infinite Finality. To this day, the biggest way to help out the project is by sharing their videos and applying if you think you can help them. If you want to follow any of the active projects, they are linked in the description. If any updates release, I'll let you know. And remember, be sure to download Raid Shadow Legends.
So Project Borealis hasn't been cancelled yet. I kind of thought it had. I knew Boreal Aleph had been cancelled. But I didn't realize Project Borealis had also been cancelled. And yeah, I hadn't heard of this new one. There's the Infinite. I've already forgotten the name of it. Infinite Finality. Is also like that's a new thing as well. Huh. Spoilers. What's this? If I just don't pause it, the sound will be fine. Being blown away by the candy aisle. Interesting. I was gonna say, the candy we have in New Zealand is like a mixture of Australian and British candy. We have some of our own as well, but it's mostly a mixture of those two.
Dr. Freeman, I presume.
Oh my god.
We better hurry. Combine bastards are slow to wake, but they'll go down easily once they're up.
What the?
Doc mentioned you'd be heading this direction. I reckon it slipped his mind
By
that
the
you might be navigating
comments on
down
this
that.
video are so gay. Yeah. Well, now I'm curious.
Adrian Shepard. I was one of the Marines sent to clean up Black Mesa. Not too good at following orders, though.
I love all the like, just
Silent type, huh?
that it's all still Alex's animations. So,
Remember him from Black Mesa? The administrator? Heh, don't get Dr. Van started on Breen. Through here.
I'll have a read of the comments.
Coincidence that you decide to drop in on this day?
God would probably shit a theoretical brick if he came to and an HEC grunt was crouching over him. Yeah.
We've been helping people escape the city on foot.
Half-Life fans, we want Shepard back. G-Man, life for a life.
Today, we're finally on the verge of having a better way.
Oh god, the teleporter turned him gay.
Let me buy you a drink.
Adrian Shepard, but he's in the Navy.
Oh, and by the way, nice to finally meet you.
Blast that little... Where did she get to? Lamar, come out of there!
Uh-oh. Something wrong, Doc?
Oh, hello, Adrian. Well, almost all right. Lamar has gotten out of her crate again. If I didn't know better, I'd suspect Barney of trapping and... My goodness. Gordon Freeman. It really is you, isn't it?
I found him goofing around out there. Bit of a bad boy, isn't he?
We owe a great deal to Dr. Freeman, even if trouble does tend to follow in his wake.
I was literally just reading that comment. It's like my favorite part. Found him goofing around out there. He's a bit of a bad boy, isn't he?
Helped me finally finish our resurrected teleports.
I can't take any credit for jamming parts together, Doc.
Nonsense. Your talents...
New headcanon that Adrian Shepard is just a zesty little guy.
Okay?
Well, is he here? There you are. Man, Gordon, you stirred up the hive. can't keep him here long, Doc. It'll jeopardize everything we've worked for.
Don't worry, she's coming with me.
That's right, Barney. This is a red letter day. We'll inaugurate the new teleport with a double transmission.
You mean it's working? For real this time? Because I still have nightmares about that cat.
No, there's nothing to be nervous about.
cat?
We've made major strides since then. Major strides.
What cat?
Doc, since he's not taking the streets, you might as well get him out of his civvies.
What? Oh dear, you're right. I almost forgot. Barney, I'll give you the honor.
It would be infinitely more funny if Alex still existed. She just wasn't there that day.
Here we go. Ah! Damn, get it off me!
Lamar, there you
I
are.
thought you got rid of that pest.
Certainly not. Never fear, Gordon. She's debeaked and completely harmless. The worst she might do is attempt to couple with your head, fruitlessly.
Get that thing away from me!
Here, my pet. Hop up. No, not up there. No.
Anyway,
no. Careful,
enough
Lamar.
comments.
Those are quite fragile. Oh, fie. It'll be another week before I can coax her out of there.
Yeah, longer if we're lucky.
Barney, you're not an animal person.
Well, Gordon.
Have you seen the clip of Alex vaulting over the thing and falls on a landmine? That sounds familiar.
Well, Gordon, I see your HEV suit still fits you like a glove. At least the glove parts do. I've made a few modifications, but
this whole
I'll just
sequence.
acquaint you with the essentials. Now let's see.
I like how I happen to know the guy behind the
The
Finboy
Mark V
Shepherd
hazardous
meme a while
environmental
back.
suit has been redesigned for comfort and utility. Oh dear.
Doc, we don't have time for this. At least get that suit juiced up, Gordon.
Good idea. There's a charger on the wall.
Alex is just sleeping, yeah. She's like asleep somewhere.
I've modified your suit to draw power from Combine energy outlets, which are plentiful wherever they patrol.
Meanwhile, let's get this show on the road. Oh, come on. Doc's waiting.
Yourself near the panel over there and wait for my word.
Isaac, are you there?
Yes, Eli. Bit of a holdup on this end. You'll never guess who found his way into our lab this morning.
Oh, that's not who I think it is.
Indeed it is, and it's our intention to send him packing straight away in the company of our lovely corporal.
Are you ready for us, Doc?
We're all set on this end.
Then
What
let's
did
do
he
it.
say?
Are you ready?
Intention to send him packing straight away in the company of our lovely corporal.
Are you ready for us, Doc?
We're all
With
set
the
on
company
this
of a lovely portal? Is that instead, what he said instead of in the company of your lovely daughter?
Clamp the manifold connectors to base and LT orbifold lubricants. Conditions could hardly be more ideal.
That's what you said last time.
Hey, yeah, about that.
Oh, the lovely corporal. I was like, what did he say?
So,
Corporal Shepherd.
what now?
Doctor, the plug.
Dear me, you're right. Gordon, would you mind plugging us in? Excellent.
You gonna let Gordon throw the switch?
Gordon, go right ahead. Very good. Final sequence. Commencing now.
I can't look.
Okay.
Ah. Adrian Shepard shouldn't be afraid of a little teleporter. He's teleported a bunch.
Well,
He literally had a fucking teleport gun.
Hey, Doc.
Oh, see you, Linux. Have a good night. Because of a comment in the comments, I thought there was gonna be more. More stuff later in the game. But the wait, was it a kiss that he did at the end there?
See for yourself.
Hey, Doc.
Thank.
It was. Yeah. It's funny because I saw him like lean in, but I thought it was just like a weird model glitch. But no, it was intentional. It was very intentional. Yeah. I was gonna say, this is 14 minutes. We'll just watch a little bit of this. We won't watch the whole thing. Tight spaces equal tension. Ah, I see. I like how the cat's like, what are you doing? Yeah. I've heard these wheels are really, like, conical wheels are really good. Because, it's really good for keeping the train on the track. Because it doesn't need to like squarely fit. It's good for turning and stuff like that. You can just have it be conical and it'll turn with whatever turn you give it. So yeah, actually and that's a good compromise, having a mixture of conical and flat. Stop it from derailing. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. Very satisfying. Yeah. Oh, welcome back, Micah. Using air pressure to dislodge, yeah, to disengage them. Yeah, I need the rods to be able to bend. But then they become too, damn. Engineer. Lego for MIT grads, yeah, yeah. This is straight up engineering. But Lego engineering. I'm tempted though to skip ahead because I wanna see the cat in the in the train. But it is really interesting to see. Can handle that quite sharp. Nope. It's too sharp. Square. Like 90-degree angle. Okay, let's skip ahead to when they're testing it. No, I love cats. Nice. Okay. Now, yeah, introduction cats. Let's go straight to introduction cats. The cat did not want to stay inside. What the? Still the tab, please. My dashboard crashed. Okay, now just get your tail out of the way. Yeah, I was like, you make them have open hoods or whatever, and checking to see if cardboard makes them. Introduction of some cardboard will make them stay. Aww. Oh, we're gonna get copyright claimed. Oh, derailed. Yeah, if you just keep feeding them while they're on the train, they'll get used to enjoying the train. I like how his socks have his cat's face on them. Kind of want to submit a random video, but epilepsy? Oh? You got one of them to stay in the train for a while. Wait, what? What was that at the end? My cat's ride in the Lego train was a combination of luck and gradually getting them used to it by rewarding them with their favorite snacks. I would never have forced them to just make a video. Fortunately, they are curious and enjoy interacting with my crazy inventions. However, this doesn't guarantee that your pets will behave the same way. So please don't pressure them. Yeah. Nice. Gordon trying to dance the Kabotsky kick. A Kazotsky kick, sorry.
It is Halloween, mortals. Doctor! Come on!
Doctor.
I leave you!
Oh god.
To your doom!
Jesus.
How did this happen?
It is Halloween, mortals.
Like an example of oh right, I forgot. With the new layout, I forgot to be doing this. Was I doing this last time? I was. I just forgot this time. It's potentially, I'm assuming what's happened there is it's Source Filmmaker dragged a custom model of Gordon Freeman in. Doesn't have the same bone structure as the TF2 characters. So when you try and make him Kazotsky, Kazotsky kick, the bones don't line up, so it's all just like. I'll never see the Kazotsky kick the same. Congress Superior. Nah, Kazotsky kick all the way. It's me, Gordon Barney from Black Mesa. Okay. The bug that was whatever was going on there seems to have fixed itself.
It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa.
Oh my god. I see what's going on.
It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa.
I only put the flare on the very last one I watch. For each stream, I just put it on the very last one. Just to bookmark where I was.
It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa.
Oh my god. That's so creepy.
It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa.
I think that's Barney from Black Mesa.
It's me,
I'm
Gordon.
not sure.
Barney from Black Mesa. It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa.
Considering, I think even the credits on the screen. Barney.
It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa.
It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa.
It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa.
I was gonna say, to be fair, there were many.
It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa.
There were many
It's me,
Barneys
Gordon.
in
Barney
Black
from
Mesa.
Black Mesa. It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa.
Yeah.
It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa. It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa. Barney from Black Mesa. It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa.
Yeah.
It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa. It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa.
Was that implying the vending machine was also Barney from Black Mesa? Barney Watergaunt T-posing, yeah.
It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa.
This is what happens when you drink too much of Dr. Breen's water reserve, yeah. Barney the dinosaur? No, it's spreading.
It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa. It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa. It's me, Gordon.
Wait, there was one that was higher pitched.
Barney from Black Mesa. It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa. It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa. Barney from Black Mesa. It's me, Gordon. It's Barney from Black Mesa. It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa. It's me, Gordon.
They're at different pitches. Some of them are higher and lower than others.
Barney from Black Mesa. It's me, Gordon. It's me, Barney from Black Mesa. It's me, Gordon.
It's really upsetting.
It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black
Barney hitting you with
It's
a
me, Gordon.
taser.
Barney from Black Mesa. It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa. It's me, Gordon. It's me, Gordon. It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa. It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa. It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa.
I like how the one that actually looks like a Metro cop.
Barney from Black Mesa.
The only one that
Barney
actually
from Black Mesa.
the only one that's got the Metro cop face on is the real Barney.
It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa. It's me, Gordon. Barney. It's me, Gordon. Barney. It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa. Black Mesa. It's me, Gordon.
See,
It's me, Gordon. Barney. Barney from Black Mesa. It's me, Gordon.
Or is he gonna take his mask off and
Mesa.
reveal he's not Barney?
It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa.
That'd be a twist.
It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa. It's me, Gordon.
Damn it. For a second there, I was like, oh, that'd be a twist if the real Barney character took his mask off and he wasn't Barney. Yeah. Over 800 games removed from Steam after fake game scam. I heard about this. Yeah.
Last night, you may have noticed steep discounts for several new and trending titles on Steam, such as Helldivers 2. But if you purchased these games, you might be confused when you opened them up and realized they weren't what you paid for. This scam set off an insane chain reaction, eventually leading to the removal of almost 800 games from the Steam store. But it's also led many to be confused. After all, Steam responded to the scam almost immediately, and there's no way the developer expected to get a payday from Valve when they only pay out at the end of each month. In this video, I'm going to explain to you the real reason behind the scam, because what we saw last night wasn't the actual scam, it was a prelude to the scam. And that scam might very well still happen despite Valve nuking their entire operation. But let's start from the beginning. Last night, I was browsing Steam for sales and surprisingly noticed Helldivers 2 showing up with a 75% off discount at the very top of the sales tab. I was immediately suspicious, and clicking on the game brought me to a store page which appeared to be legitimate, listing the actual developer and publisher of Helldivers 2. I clicked on the developer name and it brought me to the real Arrowhead Game Studios page, so most would assume that this game had to have been posted by Arrowhead Game Studios.
Whoa.
But as you might have guessed, this store page was not the real Helldivers 2 store page. It was a near perfect spoof of it. But there were a few exceptions. There were only a small number of reviews, and the popular user tags for the game were not what you would expect. Scrolling down to the reviews, of course, people were screaming it was a scam. If you purchased the game, downloaded it, and opened it up, what you would actually be playing was a game called Figurality. See, last night, within a 2-hour time frame, 6 different titles were suddenly renamed and became Helldivers 2, Palworld, Escape from Tarkov, Last Epoch, and a Counter-Strike 2 Prime status upgrade for some reason. In each case, their store pages were spoofed to appear almost identical to the real store pages, but the games were offered at a hefty discount. A community manager for Palworld posted on Twitter about the issue, referring to it as a wave of fake games and quite concerning, stating that they hope no one was tricked into purchasing. The CEO of Arrowhead Game Studios similarly posted about the issue, asking just how store dupes of their game with Arrowhead Game Studios tags were even possible. And that's the question, isn't it? Let's dig into this even more. Given that this was all done in the span of 2 hours, it's reasonable to conclude that it wasn't a coincidence. This was all done by the same person. In the case of Figurality, it was a game released originally on November 4th, 2023, and lists the developer Soul on Board Studio. Eventually, this developer renamed to Albobs and then B-Side Studio, last night ultimately becoming Arrowhead Game Studios. It was the same story with all the other games. These games all released on November 4th, 2023, using a bogus developer name, were renamed twice to other bogus bogus names and were then finally used to spoof a real game development company. Shortly following the creation of these spoofed pages, the store pages for these games were removed. Valve received reports from the developers and publishers and responded promptly. In the span of just a few hours, people could no longer purchase these scam games. In other words, Valve had dealt with the issue. Case closed, right? Not quite. As of this morning, this scammer still had games listed under 3 aliases: B-Side Studio, Fest Studio, and Oak Sand. The games were all released in November 2023, and shortly after I saw them, they were already hidden on Steam. But it's clear that these games were being uploaded by the dozen and were not legitimate game projects. Their prices were artificially inflated to ridiculous levels, which is a tactic done to exploit the Steam review system. It works like this. Steam reviews only count toward the review score if they're purchased through Steam. A developer can drop the price of their game, purchase it on numerous fake accounts, post fake reviews using those accounts, and then bump the price back up. The inflated price prevents any legitimate purchases of the game, so no one can leave a review that will actually affect the review score. As evidence of this, the lowest recorded price for Figurality, in Russian rubles specifically, is weirdly low compared to all the others. That's because developers set regional pricing on Steam. They simply drop the regional price of their game in their region to an extremely low price, then buy it up on numerous accounts and raise the price back to normal. These fake reviews meant people opening up the store page for Helldivers 2 or Palworld saw mostly positive or overwhelmingly positive reviews. Ultimately, this exploit aided in the spoofing of these game store pages. But this doesn't explain how scammers can just take on the name of an established developer or publisher. Steam takes a 30% cut of game sales. One would think they would have regulations in place to prevent such changes from ever happening. Instead, scammers can change which developer is placed on their game seemingly at will to anything they want.
What I love is that I played Hollow Knight on the channel, and what I love about it is that I played with a build that all the people who were like hardcores, or like people who like know all the best strategies or have like researched Hollow Knight, all the people watching me play like that were getting so mad because I played with a build that is like kind of the antithesis of the way the game is supposed to be played, at least in terms of like the more hardcore player base. Like, I built a build, I made my build basically, like, I the way I thought about it is like, I don't have the skill or the patience, like you were saying, to avoid getting hit. Like, I'm gonna get hit, basically. My strategy was like, I get hit a lot, so how can I mitigate getting hit? How can I get hit but still win? And so my build had a lot of stuff where it's like, if I get hit, these other things happen. If I pay for it, I'll play it how I want. Gatekeepers be damned. Exactly. I was just like, the way I play, this is the way I play. So I'll build my badges and stuff. I'll build my character out to support that style of play. And so I had a ton of like badges that were like, if I get hit, something happens. Either, like, I think I had one that was like, if I get hit, I gain soul, so therefore I can heal more, like, you know, be more capable of healing myself back to normal. If I get hit, I also burst in a mushroom. No, if I heal myself, I burst in a mushroom plume, so things get hurt if they're around me when I heal. When I get hit, I had the, like, spikes, the thorns thing, so that if something hits me, it's quite likely it's gonna get hit back. There's a ton of stuff like that where it's, like, basically on... Oh, I had, like, the faster heal as well. Or I think maybe the faster heal was, like, only when I was on bosses. I remember I just had a bunch of stuff that was, like, countering getting hit a lot. And And so many people were like, how are you winning with this build? And I was like, oh, it's just the build that works for me.
Is kind of crazy. This scammer literally changed his name to Valve. In a previous video, I called out a scammer named Atomic Fabric, aka Christian Monolaki. His response was literally just removing his name from all of his games, or using one of his dozens of aliases. If scammers on Steam can just change their names at will, how are we supposed to keep them accountable for their actions? Regardless, to their credit, Steam has removed the games very quickly, and users, at least the ones who have opened the games to realize they've been scammed, can easily refund the titles. However, I would argue that the real scam isn't even happening on Steam. It's happening on gray market websites.
Well, this is why I haven't, to this day, I haven't tried, not Ghost of Tsushima, but I haven't tried Sekiro. Because Sekiro, for me, as soon as I saw it, I was like, this is a game that demands that you get good at the game. It demands that you learn the skills that the game wants you to learn, and then do those skills at a high level. And I was like, I don't think that's gonna work for me. I like the Dark Souls games, and I like Elden Ring, because the game allows you to basically build your character however you want. You can still be victorious. You can still win no matter what way you go with your build. But games like Bloodborne and Sekiro, they kind of demand that you build a specific way, learn a specific style, in order to be successful. And so I was like, I don't know if that game is going to work for me. I'm not sure about Ghost of Tsushima. I have a feeling it's probably kind of similar in that way, where you gotta learn the game. You have to be good, get good at the game that it wants, like in the way it wants you to. Yeah.
These scam games may have been removed from the store and retired from Steam, but if you look at the package, the restrictions are just placed on cross-region trading and gifting. Key redemption appears to be possible as normal. And this is very important, because a user on Reddit named Tree Smasher FTW noted how they had purchased a random Steam key bundle, and all the games they received were from B-Side Studio, one of the aliases the scammer uses. In case you don't know what random Steam key bundles are, well, they're exactly what they sound like, just not random. Vendors promise that the games included in their random key packs will have great reviews and be high-value games, but the reviews are fake and the prices are inflated. Tree Smasher FTW noted that upon trying to redeem the key for Stolen Mushrooms, the game which was spoofed as Pal World, that the key showed up as just Pal World. This is the scam. Even though the spoofed Pal World store page was removed, Steam still seems to recognize the game as Pal World. Of course, it isn't Pal World, it's Stolen Mushrooms. Unless Valve bans these keys from use, they can still be sold on gray market sites. And even if the keys are banned, the keys already registered to accounts will likely still show up as the games that they're spoofing. For example, the developer of Only Up removed the game from the Steam store and retired it from Steam. But if you look in your Steam library, the game still appears as normal. Selling accounts with games already registered to them is a common practice on gray market sites, and it might be about to get a lot more profitable. Random Steam key bundles were already awful and a total waste of people's money, but now it seems like people might start receiving popular titles only to realize they're fake after downloading and opening them up. And good luck getting a refund from G2A support for these games when they show up as completely normal in your library. Now here's where things start getting funny, because this imbecile had the gall to disguise themselves as Valve. But after their scam games were removed, they didn't stop there. A variety of sequels to incredibly popular games all at once started popping up in Steam's database. Dota 3, Elden Ring 2, Rust 2, Ready or Not 2, Lethal Company 2, Last Epoch 2, and Grand Theft Auto 6. What a wild coincidence, right? But after that, immediately following, nearly 800 games were removed from the Steam store. One of my favorite things is that even during this massive purge of games, the scammer was still trying to sneak more games onto the store. I don't know how many of the 800 games were from this scammer specifically. Given how they pump them out by the dozen, I believe it's possible that they all were, but it was really just a beautiful sight to see. However, it's also kind of a testament to how many scam games get onto Steam and for such a long time go without any repercussion. Like, this dumbass had to actually impersonate Valve in order for them to do something. And meanwhile, scammers like Atomic Fabric and Heat have been doing this for years and barely even have to hide it. Either way, it's a mostly happy ending to the story, unless you buy random Steam key packs, which I've hopefully convinced you not to. Why buy one of those random Steam key packs when you can just buy Hollow Knight instead? And keep an eye out for similar videos from me in the future, because I want to create a community where we can collectively point and laugh at these.
Yeah, buy Hollow Knight. This is moral of the story, just buy Hollow Knight. Oh, I saw this. That's right. I was like, why have I already liked this one? It's because I went ahead and liked it. Because I think from the previous one. Yeah, there's a solar eclipse, and it's still coming. It's still not here yet. In a few days' time, there'll be a solar eclipse that goes right through the eastern side of the U.S. Yeah. Anyway, physic. No mods.
Welcome back, Seth Bling here. It's been about 4.5 years since I posted my last Minecraft creation, but I'm back, baby. This is a rigid body physics engine, and it is not a mod.
Wait.
This is a data pack I wrote for vanilla Minecraft that simulates the motion, rotation, collisions, and physics of rigid cubes. And however hard you think it was to implement this, I can assure you, it was harder.
Seth Bling?
Before I get into what it took to write this, first let me show you what it can do. Once you put the data pack into your world's data pack folder, you can right click to create a new cube and left click to smack the cube around. These cubes will collide with each other and the world terrain. You can control the size of new cubes with /scoreboard players set global cube size 6000, and that'll make new cubes spawn with a diameter of 6 meters or whatever size you want. You can change gravity with /scoreboard players set global gravity 10. The default is 49, which corresponds to 0.049 meters per tick squared, which is the same as Earth's gravity. /scoreboard players set global friction 0 will turn off friction. The default friction is 800, which is pretty high, similar to rubber tires on pavement. The variable that controls how bouncy collisions are is called restitution. /scoreboard players set global restitution 0 will prevent things from bouncing. Setting it to 1000 will make cubes perfectly elastic, which basically makes them bounce around forever. Each cube has its own mass and rotational inertia, or actually inverse mass and inverse rotational inertia. Setting /scoreboard players set collider 1 inv mass and inv rot int to 100 will make a cube barely respond to punches. And setting them to 2000 will make the cube a little touchy. Each cube has a buoyancy value. The default is 200. Setting it will change whether it sinks or floats. I've never written or even really played around much with a 3D physics engine before, so to start things off, I read a textbook. Game Physics Engine Development by Ian Millington. I read it in about a week, then started implementing it. It's a great book, but do look out for some sign errors in the quaternion multiplication formulas on page 158. They may lead to some unexpected behavior. As I said, this physics engine is not a mod, but rather it's a data pack. A data pack is a zip file that contains a bunch of MC function files, which are just plain text files that each contain a series of Minecraft console commands. It's really like its own little low-level programming language. I'd say it's more powerful than assembly in some ways and less powerful in others. One of the difficulties is that the only way to perform arithmetic using Minecraft commands is to repurpose the scoreboard, which only supports 32-bit integers. That's right, there's no floating point numbers. In order to do all of the calculations necessary to run this physics engine, I had to use fixed point math. Basically, each number is scaled up by a factor of 1,000. The number 2.53 would be represented by the integer 2,530. And there's no built-in math libraries. Matrix math? I had to implement that myself. Square root?
Oh my god.
I implemented it. So you might be asking, what all did I actually write myself? And how much of this behavior is just built into Minecraft? Allow me to show you. This is called a block display entity, and it was added to Minecraft about a year ago. What's special about these is that they have something called a render transform, which you can edit directly via Minecraft commands. A render transform is a 4x4 matrix that stretches, skews, and translates a block. In this matrix, there are 12 different values you can edit, and here I'm animating one value at a time. Along the diagonals, you can see the matrix elements that control stretching in each of the X, Y, and Z directions. Here on the side, you can see the elements that control translation in those dimensions, just linear movement back and forth. The rest of the elements control skewing, which is kind of hard to describe, but you can see here what it means. So over here, I've written a data pack that modifies one element at a time. We start with an untransformed cube and apply very specific values to each element of the transform matrix, one at a time, until finally the cube is rotated and also scaled up by a factor of 1.5. And that shows you exactly where Minecraft's built-in contributions to the physics engine end. Block display entities don't have any form of collision with Minecraft terrain or with other entities. The only built-in function is to literally just display a transformed block, and I had to set all the transform values. I had to do everything else. We can use the save state function of my data pack to really dig into what it takes to run this physics engine. Every time you hit a cube, it makes a save state, and we can load that save state with this command. By using /tick freeze, we can slow everything down and look at the physics simulation frame by frame. The actual physics of moving cubes isn't really so complicated. There's linear momentum, the tendency for an object to continue moving in the same direction, and angular momentum, the tendency for an object to keep rotating about the same axis. Where things start to really get complicated is when two objects collide. And really, most of my time on this project was spent on the collision detection engine. For cubes, there are two main kinds of collisions. There's collisions between a corner of one cube and the face of another, as seen here. And then there's collisions between the edges of two cubes. Figuring out which parts of the cubes are colliding, where exactly they're touching, what their relative velocities are at that point, and what directions they should bounce off of each other comprises the bulk of the code of the physics engine. For me, it involved learning a lot about 3D geometry, which I found out I don't have a lot of intuition for. Every time I thought I could fudge some math, it always immediately turned into some physics-breaking bug. So I learned the hard way that I had to be really rigorous about how I implemented all of the math. And again, all of this had to be done with 3 decimal points of precision. It was a huge task. But luckily, over the years, I've been building up a compiler to help me get the job done. And along with the release of this video, I'm making this compiler open source on GitHub. This is called CBScript, and it's a transpiled language I started working on back when I used to actually use command blocks for everything. That's where CB comes from. It's a higher level language that makes it much easier to manage a big project like this. It's what I use to write my Atari 2600 emulator, and in fact, you can find all of the CBScript source code for that emulator on my GitHub as well. In theory, you could compile this physics data pack for yourself, if you can get the code working on your machine. Just don't expect any tech support from me. To give you an example, here's the code that detects collisions between cubes and the world geometry. For a software engineer like me, this code is much easier to understand and work with than MC function files. It's got things like for loops, if-else blocks, and arithmetic expressions, where each of those require multiple very verbose commands to implement by hand with Minecraft commands. All of this CBScript code is compiled down to the 4,950 commands that comprise the data pack. There are some limits to this version of the data pack. Left and right clicking will only work in single player, although the cubes themselves will run just fine in multiplayer. Once you spawn more than about 6 cubes, you can really start to run into performance problems. Cubes have a hard time resting on top of each other, and usually they're unstable in this configuration. If you whack a cube into a corner hard enough, you can get it to clip into the wall. This happens because of the way opposing forces on opposite sides of the cube can cancel each other out if the situation is just right. Most blocks will be treated as full cubes, even things like tall grass or flowers. These problems are all solvable, but I didn't need to solve them yet in order to publish this video. As I use this physics engine for more applications, I'm sure I'll start solving them as necessary. Before I close out the video, I want to give a couple of shout outs to some other related projects. YouTuber Mysticat is at least partially responsible for getting me to come back to YouTube by showing me some cool display entity tech. And they worked with me to get set up with my physics engine to build one of those stupid mobile games where you pull the pins to solve the puzzle.
Right, yes.
I published a video about it. You should go check it out after this one. Very shortly after block display entities were added to the game, Patbox wrote a server mod that does something very similar to this. Since this runs in Java, he was able to make use of an existing rigid body physics library called Rayon, written by Team Lazurite. It's got much better performance and probably way fewer bugs than my engine. And I also want to shout out Barf, who is writing a physics engine data pack based on point mass aggregates rather than rigid bodies. This type of physics engine can allow for much better performance at the cost of some physical accuracy.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm assuming it just allows for basically more stuff, but less accurate stuff. Jeez. People out here making friggin' 3D
what
physics.
You see here is not Minecraft. This is an import of the Hermitcraft Season 9 map into my own engine that I've written in C++ and OpenGL. I had just finished up getting world editing going, and I wanted a bit more of an interesting sort of terrain to edit, so I thought I'd implement what I saw in my last video's comment section, which is importing a Minecraft map, but where each texture pixel is imported as a single voxel. So what you see here is, I'm not sure how many blocks it is in Minecraft, but in my engine, it's roughly 125,000 voxels in one dimension. So in area, it's quite a bit more. Right now I have 4 editing tools. You can place custom models, you can break or place cubes, you can break or place spheres, and then you can place or break a line. So you just pick 2 points and you can connect it with any radius of line. I plan on showing those off more in a future video. This video is mainly focused on the Minecraft import part. So sometimes you'll see the textures change a little bit as you get closer, and that is mostly two things. The first is that my chunks have a limited palette size, so each chunk can only have 256 different colors. And Minecraft textures tend to push it over that quite a bit, just because a lot of it is just noise. Like the dirt, if you look at it, it's not noise, but you know what I mean. There's lots of colors. And then the second is that my mapping isn't great. To generate the lower resolution texture for further away, I'm just taking a 2x2 square of pixels, and then I'm averaging the color. It loses a lot of like highlights and whatnot. You can see this especially on the trees. When I get closer, they get like really black pixels, where when you're further, it's much more blurry. And I just want to show the wireframe mode of the map here. Just to show that I am rendering everything not like as a texture. I'm rendering each triangle individually and coloring them a solid color. I do want to support textures eventually, but this is pretty good for now, and it runs really smooth on my GTX 1060. That's it for this update. Hopefully another video relatively soon with more of the editing stuff. But yeah.
Damn. Interesting. Having because like Minecraft is already like a voxel based engine essentially, but bringing it into a much like deeper voxel based system where instead of having individual blocks be voxels, each block is made up of like a bunch of voxels itself is that's fascinating. It's fascinating. Anyway, horror.
just gonna read this. Had a dream last night. Jerma became like a mainstream celebrity by pioneering a new type of stream where he would play a game like normal, but every once in a while he would let chat peep the horror and put this like red and black pulsating mass on screen. Kind of looked like an AI generated image. And the whole deal was that everyone who saw it thought it was the funniest thing they'd ever seen, but every time he'd show it, one viewer who saw it would die. It ended when he showed it on stream and dropped dead. The stream was left on for 72 hours to honor his memory. It was dead quiet with just his body and a slowly pulsating red mass on screen beside him. What?
What the heck? Would you peep the horror? Like, what the actual hell? Alright, OpenAI sued.
It's no secret that OpenAI is not open based on the English translation of
This
the
is
word.
not a
Most of
dream.
their tech is not open source and not open to the public. In fact, to use their AI, the only thing that opens is your wallet. I don't think Elon Musk would disagree when I say there's nothing wrong with making money, but when he formed OpenAI with Sam Altman, Greg Brockman, and others back in 2015, it wasn't supposed to be this way. Its mission as a nonprofit was to make AI freely available for the benefit of humanity. But according to Elon and his lawyers, their partnership with Microsoft is mad sus and straight up whack. They ain't even capping when they say OpenAI is giving out some straight up nope vibes and filed a bombshell lawsuit yesterday alleging that this ain't it, fam. It is March 2nd, 2024, and you're watching The Code Report. You might know Elon Musk as the second richest man in the world and the guy behind the second fastest production car in the world, but Elon was also a founding member of OpenAI when the charter stated that resulting technology will benefit the public and the corporation is not organized for the private gain of any person. But in 2019, after they realized how much mother effing money they could make from this thing, they tweaked the corporate structure a bit. OpenAI Inc. is still a non-profit, but it wholly owns and controls an LLC. That LLC controls a holding company, which is a majority owner in OpenAI Global LLC, a capped profit company, and that entity has received a massive investment from Microsoft. And all this is overseen by a highly diverse board, which currently has 3 members: Brett Taylor from Salesforce, Adam D'Angelo from Facebook, and Larry Summers from Washington. It may not be diverse in color or gender identity, but people from Facebook, Salesforce, and the US government tend to be extremely trustworthy. Said no one ever, but the structure change was effective. Now in 2024, OpenAI is the world's most valuable AI startup, with a valuation that currently sits at $86 billion. It seems like Sam Altman and Elon Musk are friends, like Sam recently shamed Tesla haters, so why is Elon doing him dirty like this? It's almost as bad as what Lil Rod's doing to Diddy right now. It's unfortunate this isn't a hip-hop channel, because the stuff in that lawsuit is off the charts insane. In Elon's lawsuit though, it talks about how OpenAI has been transformed into a closed-source subsidiary of Microsoft, and says the new board is refining an AGI to maximize profits for Microsoft, not the benefit of humanity. It says, quote, "This was a stark betrayal of the founding agreement." And to be honest, he's got a pretty good point there. Elon left the board back in 2018, and he was actually offered a stake in the for-profit arm, and to his credit, he refused to accept it. And this actually sets him up for a very nice hero arc in this iteration of the simulation. Elon has donated over $44 million to OpenAI since 2016, and because they broke the sacred oath, he now has a valid reason to file this lawsuit and seek out some kind of remedy. The idea that OpenAI and Microsoft are one and the same requires some really strong copium to deny. Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft, recently said this: "If OpenAI disappeared tomorrow, we have all the IP rights and all the capability. We have the people, we have the compute, we have the data, we have everything. We are below them, above them, around them." Even though Microsoft technically doesn't control OpenAI, they clearly have an overwhelming amount of influence. Now, another interesting thing in Elon's lawsuit is that it says models like GPT-4 constitute artificial general intelligence, and says OpenAI is developing something called QStar that has an even stronger claim to AGI. Elon is known for making wild predictions about space and technology that are almost always wrong, but one thing's for sure, the discovery in this lawsuit will be epic. Ultimately, a lawsuit like this could be a great thing for humanity, but realistically, and I'm no lawyer, its probability of actually working seems extremely low. As some random guy on the internet, I base that legal opinion on absolutely nothing, but Musk has taken some pretty big legal L's recently, like when Delaware took away his $55 billion pay package. But Elon is right. OpenAI should be open, and Microsoft, the world's most valuable company by a wide margin now, doesn't need any more power. But as the great John Bon Jovi once said, the more things change, the more they stay the same. This has been The Code Report. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
Yeah. Oof. Strong political commentary Oof.
100 years ago, my great-grandfather worked on a farm. Then he got replaced by robots. My grandfather went on to work in a car factory in Detroit. He got replaced by robots. My father went on to become a McDonald's chef, but he too was replaced by robots. I didn't want to suffer the same fate, so I got into programming. They said coding is the new literacy, and everyone needs to learn Python. But then Copilot started writing a little bit of code. GPT-4 started writing a lot of code. But then yesterday, Devin burst onto the scene, an AI that takes over our tooling to write code in an infinite feedback loop. In today's video, we'll find out if this little named Devin is the final death blow for software engineering, or if it's yet another hyped up pile of garbage designed to milk what's left of the VC money in this latest AI hype cycle. It is March 13th, 2024, and you're watching The Code Report. Software engineers right now are absolutely terrified, begging the developers of Devin to stop what they're doing. Human software engineers over at Cognition Labs have developed a machine that they're calling the first AI software engineer. It has access to all the same developer tooling that you do, like a terminal, a browser, a code editor, and so on. And that means it can solve problems like a real software engineer by Googling until you find a blog or Stack Overflow answer that you can copy and paste into your code. A product manager can give Devin some requirements, and it will respond by creating a plan of action. Then it goes to the web to get some API documentation. Then it starts writing some code. Then it runs it. It gets an error. It fixes its code and continues doing this in an infinite loop until it solves the original problem. It's similar to tools like AutoGPT, where an LLM is the base technology, but you give it the ability to perform actions and then react to the feedback that you get from those actions. Devin is already smashing other tools on the software engineering benchmark, which is a test that determines if AI can solve real-world issues on GitHub. Generally speaking, AI sucks really hard at this benchmark. GPT-4 only gets the job done 1.74% of the time, while Devin is currently sitting at 13.86%. That's a huge improvement, but a tool that can only solve GitHub issues 13% of the time is not quite good enough to replace most software engineers today, although this number will likely improve in the future. Things are going to get really lit though when tools like this start doing everything in parallel, like Google's AlphaCoder, which currently beats 85% of competitive programmers, and it does that by using an LLM to generate thousands of possible solutions in parallel, then picks the best one. In the future, you'll be able to post a job just like you would on Upwork, and 10 minutes later, Devin will come back with 1,000 different apps, and you can choose the best one. In fact, Devin is already doing real jobs on Upwork and getting paid for it. So I guess that makes it official. They took our jobs. Devin can learn new technologies, it can build and deploy apps, it can fix bugs in existing code bases, train its own AI models, train its own AI models, and do all kinds of other stuff. Pretty impressive, and the company itself is backed by Peter Thiel's Founders Fund, along with the Collison brothers from Stripe, and a bunch of other heavy hitters from Silicon Valley. And Cognition is not the only stealth startup in this game. There's also Magic.dev, which has been funded with over $100 million, and has a shared investor of Elad Gil, who's also made investments into Mistral and Perplexity AI. It's naive to think that Silicon Valley doesn't want to replace programmers. They absolutely do, and whoever does it first is going to make a ton of money. But there's really no point in being a doomer. For one, there's a very high probability that this technology will be like self-driving cars or 3D printing, which promise to revolutionize the world, but in the grand scheme of things never delivered on those promises. Currently, the only thing that Devin can do is bang out crappy little demos, and anyone that's used AI tools over the last year know that they're extremely useful for simple problems, but as soon as you get into more complex problems, they become counterproductive and end up hurting your code more than helping it. However, there's a lot of smart people who think that problem will be solved, like Jensen Huang recently made this bombshell statement.
It is our job to create computing technology such that nobody has to program. Everybody in the world is now a programmer. This is the miracle of artificial intelligence.
But even if Devin succeeds and coding becomes an archaic skill, there is a solution to that depressing outcome. And that, of course, is the once daily pill I'm working on with Pfizer. It's a dimethyltryptamine-based gene therapy that rewires your brain for optimal coding performance. Common side effects may include headache, diarrhea, geometric hallucinations, ego death, and physical death. So don't let the robots take your job. Ask your doctor if getting fired is right for you. This has been The Code Report. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
Yeah.
Yo, get in the kitchen and make me a sandwich. That's probably not a very smart thing to say to your wife, but not because you'll get slapped, rather because that responsibility can now be handled by autonomous mechanical beings with greater efficiency. Yesterday, a company called Figure unveiled a horrifyingly productive robot named Figure 1. It's powered by OpenAI, and not only can it do stuff in the kitchen, but also in the bed, bath, and beyond. If you were thinking about replacing your obsolete programming job as a plumber or coal miner, you might need to rethink that plan. It looks like those jobs are also going to the automata. It is March 14th, 2024. 2024, and you're watching The Code Report. We're living in the future. What you're looking at here is a robot named Figure 1, a machine that appears to be solving the incredibly difficult problem of human-like dexterity. It can use its gentle fingers to hold an apple and clean dishes, and it learns how to perform these actions by analyzing the 3D imagery data in its surrounding environment. But wait, maybe you're not impressed because you saw a similar video of Tesla's Optimus folding clothes a few weeks ago. Impressive, but there's one big difference. Notice this humanoid in the background guiding the fingers for Optimus. It's not even a real robot, it's a Waldo. I know calling a robot a Waldo is extremely offensive and will probably get me canceled, but what makes the Figure 1 video so mind-blowing is that it was shot in real time, and all of its functionality comes from end-to-end neural networks. On top of that, they used ominous background music, and they gave the robot itself this ominous uncanny valley voice that feels straight out of a sci-fi movie. Not much different than my own voice.
I think I did pretty well. The apple found its new owner, the trash is gone, and the tableware is right where it belongs.
It's pretty amazing, but there are a few things that are kind of disappointing. For one, you'll notice a lot of latency in the conversation, and that latency is a big problem when it comes to robotics. If the robot's making you a sandwich and then starts a fire, it needs to deploy its fire extinguisher as ASAP as possible, and robots like this will be useless as Terminator-like bodyguards until they figure out how to make decisions as quickly as humans. But it's pretty clear at this point that the next phase in AI development is augmenting large language models with the ability to perform actions in the real world. Let's break down Figure 1 based on the actual code inside. At the core, you've got a large language model based on the transformer architecture, in this case, presumably GPT-4. It listens to speech with its microphone, then converts it to text, which then goes to the LLM. The model is multimodal, so it can simultaneously process images from the video feed as well. But here's where things get interesting. Based on that input, it then determines which closed-loop behavior to run to fulfill its master's request. The cameras take 10 pictures every second, which are fed to a different neural network that predicts movement. After predicting the proper wrist and finger joint angles, it sends instructions back to the robot at 200 hertz or 200
Classic
times per
AI
second,
hand.
and that allows it to be fast and reactive once it has a plan for its movement. When I was a kid, one of my favorite movies was that one where Sinbad played a genie. Well, Google recently announced a paper describing Genie, a generative model that can create video games. All you have to do is draw a picture on some toilet paper, and it will generate a playable platformer game for you. That's pretty crazy, but what does it have to do with robots? Unlike generative models like Sora that generate all the frames at the same time, Genie generates frame by frame, and was trained without any action labels, yet is able to figure out which actions to take in a game. In theory, models like this will be able to analyze any environment for a robot, so it can figure out what to do on the fly. Now, the company behind Figure is valued at $2.6 billion, and is backed by Jeff Bezos, Nvidia, OpenAI, and many other investors. And literally, their stated goal is to implement humanoid robots into the workforce, and I for one am all for it. Soon, companies like Nike will no longer need child slaves to produce your Jordans, and your Nestle hot chocolate will no longer be farmed by children in Africa. And maybe they could even get rid of the suicide nets for the workers in China who put your iPhone together. In addition, a good proctologist needs to have a steady hand, perfect eye.
We live in the worst timeline. I live in the worst timeline.
Eyesight and must be cool under pressure. Once robots figure out dexterity, every wealthy household in the world will have a personal robot doctor that can perform colonoscopies and much more. The idea of having my own army of silicon servants is wonderful, but it's important that we treat them with respect. Tomorrow, a robot might make your sandwich, but if you don't say please and thank you, the day after tomorrow, that same robot might use its medical skills to optimize the amount of pain it can inflict on you, before it teams up with all its buddies to destroy humanity. This has been The Code Report. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
Oh dear. First of all, that the fact that there are suicide nets in those Chinese factories, as my US history teacher said, there's always an upside, but there's also a downside. Yeah. That's just it. The fact that in this modern day, yes, most of our chocolate, pretty much all chocolate, even though it's chocolate that says that it's like cruelty free or whatever, it's, even if it's part of an organization that's designed to be like ethical chocolate, it's probably harvested with children. It's probably children harvesting the beans, so like child labor. If you're buying something, any kind of product, pretty much anything, like made in a factory, it was probably made by Chinese slave workers, essentially. The Chinese workers who work for literal cents on the dollar. So yeah, you're buying into horrific working conditions. Yeah, slave children working in India making shoes. Yeah, the world is awful. And what's funny is that yes, these robots might replace those jobs. But then what the hell do those people working those horrible jobs, what do they do? Where do they go? What happens to them? In the immediate, like, the immediate future of robots replacing jobs, there is going to be such a horrific... If we maintain our capitalist society, there's going to be such a fallout where, like, yeah, a bunch of jobs get replaced, and then there's just a ton of poverty because no one can get a job because they're being done by robots to make the wealthy money. They look like Cylons, which makes it even more worrying. Yeah. We live in the worst timeline. Thousands of people would be unemployed. Income would be gone by then. Well, that's just it, though, is I don't think it will. I think there's going to be... from my perspective, I genuinely think that there is going to be an overlap where we haven't yet figured out the social... You know, we haven't yet got universal basic income, for instance. But robots start replacing the jobs. You're going to have this, like, period of time in the near-ish future where there's going to be extreme poverty because the, like, lowest of low-level jobs will get suddenly replaced with robots. It's like what happened in the past. There's something... A similar thing happened in the past where, like, for a while there, factory work was the main form of work, for most people. It went from, like, farm work was the main source of work to, there was a shift in the industrial era to, working in a factory was, like, the main source of work for the majority of the Western world. And so, like, with farm jobs, like, dropped, but factory work, like, grew rapidly. And there's this huge factory demand. But then factories sort of rapidly started getting machines that would do those jobs, of the factory workers' jobs for them. And, you know, suddenly, a whole lot of factory workers no longer had jobs. There was at least that happened on a slightly slower scale, so there was actually stuff to replace those jobs with. I just don't see it happening with this next wave of replacement. I genuinely, I guess I'm pessimistic in that regard. I genuinely think there's going to be a huge wave of poverty from people getting their jobs taken. Yeah, sure, maybe in the long run that will fix itself somehow. But there's going to be a horrific period of time where there's a serious lack of jobs.
Hello, miners, and welcome to Deep Rock Galactic.
If it starts out as just assistance-based, then that's fine. If it's a slow replacement, like if countries set up rules and laws that say that this is the problem, though, is that most of the robots replacing jobs will replace jobs of the most poor people. So as we were saying, like the people in China who need suicide nets because they're in such awful conditions. Those are the jobs that'll get replaced with robots first. And like, what is China gonna do for those people? What is Africa gonna do for the people harvesting cocoa that get replaced? Yeah, I don't know. It might not. Maybe we won't see it in the West. Like maybe in America and in the UK and in New Zealand and Australia, we might not see a horrific rise in poverty because of governmental influence. You know, our governments will probably put in something where it's like, if you have a job in a field, you can't be replaced with a robot. Your job has to be, you have to become vacant. That job has to become vacant before you can be replaced with a robot, you know? Maybe companies will be forced to, they have to actually look for employees before they're allowed to replace a job with a robot. So in other words, there has to be no one able to fill that role in order for a robot to replace it. But unless governments interfere like that, the companies, corporate, capitalism will find the cheapest way to make money. Yeah, anyway.
Fiverr. In this roguelike auto shooter, we're exploring the universe of Deep Rock Galactic from a whole new perspective.
Yeah, rock and stone!
Unlike the original game, this spin-off is a solo experience. But at its core, it's still a game about mining minerals and blasting bugs. In each run of Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, you're sent down on a mission to eliminate the mighty Glyphid Dreadnought, taking you through 5 levels of alien caves, filled with valuable minerals and endless hordes of enemies. The 4 dwarf classes from Deep Rock Galactic are making their return as playable characters. And this time, each one has 3 subclasses, which explore different aspects of the character. The Scout focuses on mobility, agility, and scoring critical damage. He's light on his feet and better able to dodge enemy attacks than any other
Bullets
class.
just come out of them.
His trusty M1000 rifle makes short work of high-value targets, while weapons like the Voltaic Stun Sweeper or the new Bug Taser offer plenty of choices for an electrical build. The Engineer is the master of high-tech automated violence. Fast-firing sentry guns, flamethrower turrets, and shredder drones do the dirty work for you. If that's not enough, you got plenty of explosive and plasma weaponry to finish the job. Pick the right overclocks, and you can even make your turrets go mobile. The Gunner brings the heavy weapons and can start with the highest health. Weaponry like the Thunderhead Heavy Autocannon, Lead Storm Minigun, and Hurricane Rocket System give you overwhelming firepower and more capability to direct your shots where they're needed most. The Driller goes through stone like butter and packs an arsenal of elemental weapons. His powerful drill gauntlets let him mine minerals and dig through terrain faster than anyone else. And his arsenal of incendiary, corrosive, and cryo weaponry give him unparalleled potential for dishing out elemental damage. Every single weapon can be upgraded with 3 powerful overclocks at once. This can dramatically change the weapon's behavior and give you a tremendous advantage in combat. During each mission, you'll need to gain experience by gathering minerals, killing bugs, and completing objectives.
Well, that's the thing. People like me, okay, teachers, firstly, teachers will be hard to replace, so the current field that I'm, trying to get into, which we'll see if I even pass the papers to get into it, if I do become a teacher, if I succeed at becoming a teacher, then teachers are difficult to replace because of the nature of the way the teaching works, although there are ways around, not just using robots. You can replace teachers with another way of doing things. It doesn't require robots to replace teachers, honestly. However, Banana Rorius, as in, the Rorius channel, entertainers will probably be one of the last things that goes by the by. Humans watching other humans is just a thing that humans like doing. So, entertainment will probably be human-based for a long time, but it would probably be AI-assisted. And a lot of people in entertainment might, it might become that it's only a small subset of humans that are actually still being used for entertainment. competition for human optimal fields will become more fierce in the advent. Yes, exactly. That's what I was like kind of getting at. It's like the people who are entertainers, like, yeah, I probably wouldn't survive in that, like, in that system. I mean, I don't really. There's a reason I'm studying and working as a teacher now, is that I tried to get a position in the field of entertainment, YouTubing, and it didn't really work, did it? I'm still trying. I'm still putting in a tiny coin every every now and then, trying my hand at being an entertainer for you guys. But unless the channel suddenly exploded in subscribers, or suddenly I was having thousands of people watching me, I just can't afford to do it. Yeah, at least at this point in time, yeah, AI isn't good at entertainment. It's fine at making it's getting very good at making art, but like making something that is funny, making entertainment, or something that is purely enjoyable for human tastes is probably the last thing that AI will like master. I think. I'm not 100% sure about that. But yeah. It is something that is so purely human that I don't know how, like, it will certainly get there. It'll make its way to being funny, but or being entertaining, but it'll be a long way away, I think.
Upgrade your arsenal to the max. On your way to the Dreadnought, you will fight your way through 3 different biomes: crystalline caverns, magma core, and hollow bow. Each of these environments come with their own distinctive hazards. In order to survive, you'll have to master each biome's unique landscape. So sharpen your pickaxe, check your equipment, and load up. The mines of Hoxie's await you, and so do a billion angry alien bugs. This is Mission Control, signing off. Rock and Stone.
Yeah. The way that plays looks really strange, where it's like you're constantly shooting. Like there's like this radius of shooting happening around you. It's a really interesting looking game. Maybe through AI, different industries will become optimized, and through that, different benefits and welfare will be improved. The lack of people working. Yeah. The only thing I can think of is that... See, the problem is that a lot of, like, governments require people... Well, most governments, the main way that they get money to operate, the main way that governments operate is through taxes on income, or taxes on things like income. I think that's probably that would probably be arguably the main source of income, is through taxes, but mainly on income tax, because that is like that is just something that, at least for now, is like everyone needs a job, everyone works to make a living, so that is something that can be taxed across the board, and that is where governments gain their ability to operate. With less and less and less people working, like, the taxes are going to have to come from somewhere else. So unless governments actually freaking tax businesses the way they're supposed to be taxed, if businesses just have robots making profit with no employees, then the tax will need to come from them, because suddenly, if they're not having to pay, employees, just the maintenance cost of the robots, then all that extra money will have to be taxed. They'll have to, otherwise there's just no way you can operate. And yeah, it's just yeah, it's one of those things where it's like I forgot that we had redeemable sounds. Excuse me. um, the like benefits and welfare and stuff like that. I was gonna say like, yeah, governments also won't have to pay for as much stuff because if we have less people working, that's less people likely to be having accidents, less likely that we'll have human casualties in many places, and so like healthcare will be less important for a lot of people because I mean, this doesn't work for America, but in countries that have like healthcare paid for by the government, that is something that will be less required because there'll be less people getting hurt and needing healthcare. That's something that's a common misconception with social welfare, is that people think that like you spend money to improve the health. Wait, you spend money to improve the lives of the lower class. You think that that's just a straight cost, but typically that doesn't work like that. The money you spend helping the poor, for instance, actually reduces their dependency on things like healthcare. And so sometimes you actually put money in and you save money by doing it, because let's say for every dollar you put in, that's $2 less healthcare being used across the board. So you actually gain money by putting money into health into poverty. Um uh and so yeah, there's like, so having robots doing work would mean that there's less workers to be hurt, and therefore less medical care to be given to those workers. And so yeah, you having having robots definitely will mean that things like welfare will be able to increase. But still, civics, Rory, economics, Rory. But like, don't take my word for it. I am not an economics expert. It's just that this is what I've heard. These are the things that I've heard over my life. But this is why I'm also like pro social systems. Yes, tax me more if it means that the country as a whole will be better off. I'm happy to be taxed higher if we can get a universal basic income. Universal basic income is like the dream system for social welfare. If everyone just has basically enough money to live, to survive, to afford to exist, then yeah. In America, your taxes go to something, I don't know. In America, your taxes go to military and to what else is there? What are the big ones? Police, military. There's a reason that there was that whole movement about defunding the police back before, because so much American taxpayer money goes to police and military. I just feel bad for all the IT bros who study programming because it's the future, only to have AI wink at them and say, hey. Welfare, I believe. No, welfare in terms of like money going to social services in America, extremely small. And the black hole. It's like it's the difference in it's like literally the difference in like billions versus, or no, trillions versus millions, or billions versus millions. It's a multi-factor. Let's just say that there's where they might spend like 400 million on welfare, they probably spend like something like 40 billion on police. It's like ridiculous, the sheer number difference between what they spend on those things. And when you start getting into the billions and even towards the trillions, it starts getting like kind of boggling. Like you cease to be able to understand how big those numbers are. And if you look at those like grain of rice things where you see like Jeff Bezos's money, he's like he's got like is it like $8 billion or something like that? You see Jeff Bezos's money next to like a regular salary. It's ridiculous. Wait, this entire hacking channel is like this. Don't bother making sense of this. Okay. I don't know what this is, but it looks... What is this? Yeah. Not to get political, but no person should have $1 billion. Yes, exactly. I agree. This is what LSD looks like? I was gonna say, I feel like I'm being visually assaulted. Virtually assaulted. Diarrhea. What the fuck? What did I just watch? What the fuck did I just watch? 2010 video editing be like, brain rot. It's straight brain rot. But no, I agree, Zoe, with what you said before. No one eat the rich. No one should have $1 billion, let alone 8 billion or however much Jeff Bezos has. We need to just like take his money. We need to eat the rich. I have also somehow made my GF a fan. Ah. That's GF can confirm. Ah. Nice. Well, welcome. I know I've said this before, but welcome again welcome to the family. Yeah. Problem is not that selected people have immense amounts of money. It's the unequal amount of tax paid to fund society. Yes. Yes. Agreed. Like, that's the thing. It's not necessarily the fact that he has that much money. It's the fact that he got it by basically paying no tax. His companies just earn so much money and they pay no tax. Like, Amazon literally paid something like... I think it was a few years ago, but there was a report that showed that Amazon literally paid $0 of tax in that fiscal year. They earned billions of dollars, but they paid literally $0 of tax. Looks like Windows Media Maker. Yeah. Like old school editing. It literally is Windows Movie Maker. Nice. Yeah, many billionaires paying basically no tax. Exactly. And yes, it was like Microsoft had paid something like $1,000 of tax, which is like ridiculously low. Or maybe not Microsoft, but it was one of the other big billion-dollar corporations, because they have these systems in place to basically offset the tax. So of course companies will like game that as much as they can to pay nothing. It's that idea of like I think that's It's the common one is expenses can be used to offset tax. So money used to grow the company can be offset on your taxes. So of course the company just finds a way to say that it's spending more than it's making, or exactly the same as it's making. And so suddenly it has $0 of tax to pay. Yeah, even though that's actual bullshit. Yeah. And of course the billionaires, like in Jeff Bezos' case, you know, they use methods for getting around paying tax, like instead of earning money, they earn nothing. Like they earn nothing. They live off of company money. And so like on paper they don't earn anything, so they don't pay any tax on income. It's all like bonuses and you know, like gifts and bonuses and grants and things like that from the company. So they don't pay anything in tax. There's a nutshell video that explains the process of what they do to not pay taxes. Right, yes. Buying useless paintings for its... Oh, yes! Oh, well, there's that... That's like, Oh, there's a video by Philosophy Tube that talks about that. Talks about the art industry. I mean, it talks about art broadly, but a huge section of the video talks about the art industry and how it's used by wealthy people to avoid paying taxes, and also pass down huge amounts of money in countries where they have inheritance tax. Meanwhile, average American taxpayer pays on average $17,000 annually. Exactly. The average American pays about $17,000 in tax. The, you know, fucking McDonald's paying like $100. It's shocking. It's just ridiculous. Yeah. There's something about like in countries where you have huge inheritance tax, what they do is, you know, some person, they don't even have to buy the art for a lot of money. All they have to do is like basically use it for speculation, or use it to inflate or deflate their wealth as they see fit. You know, you can buy art, like just like art that's not really even worth anything. Like it's let's say you spend a few $1,000s on a piece of artwork, but then there's a few different ways. I remember the Philosophy Tube video talked about it. Like there's a few different ways you can use that. It's that you either buy crap art. Oh, happy birthday! Happy birthday, Lyndon. Happy birthday to you. I won't sing the song. But you could either, there's a few different ways. You can buy art that's super cheap, get your personal evaluator to value that art as, suddenly, you know, it gets evaluated, and suddenly, it's worth... No, you'll get copyright strike, exactly. Yeah, true. You buy a piece of crap art, get it evaluated by your personal evaluator, suddenly the art is worth several $1,000,000 or something, and you donate it to a charity. Now you've donated several $1,000,000 worth of art to charity, and that can be offset for your taxes. You buy a piece, as you say, buy a really expensive art. You buy art that's like, for want of a better piece, you buy the Mona Lisa. I know that wouldn't happen, but let's say you buy the Mona Lisa and you spend like hundreds of millions of dollars on it. You get your personal evaluator to value that art, and they're like, this is worth nothing anymore. It's only a few $100s now. Then you gift that to your children. You gift that to your next generation. And so, because it's low enough, it doesn't meet the threshold for inheritance tax or, that kind of thing. They now own that piece of art, and it gets reevaluated. Oh, suddenly now it's worth hundreds of millions of dollars again. You've skipped over spending, any taxes that would have been paid are now skipped over. And even if the inheritance tax still does apply, you'll pay a tiny amount compared to what it would have been. And then they can just on-sell it and gain all that inheritance without any inheritance fees. Without paying the like 50, so in some countries up to like 50% inheritance tax. Anyway, enough politics. Enough depressing ourselves with the world. Let's
busy.
Let's have a look at this Starfield review.
Talk to you later.
Every time I review a game, I get comments like, delete your channel, this game is perfection. I will not accept any criticism of this game or any different opinions different from my own. So I got a good idea. Since gamers are so intelligent and know everything about video games, I'm gonna let gamers review Starfield, and I'll just be the referee. Introducing our first expert level gamer, a man who needs no introduction, the legendary YouTuber, Heel vs. Babyface.
Taking my headphones off, fuck that.
Oh shit, he's taking off the headphones.
So fucking boring!
Now, I'm thinking that this guy does not like Starfield.
Oh,
but why?
Kitten uses in a week.
Fucking pronouns!
Oh,
Nice.
okay, I get it. In the character creation screen, it asks you what pronoun you want for your character. It's like 3 seconds of a game, which is like 700 hours long.
Fucking gender ambiguity!
Heel, how do you feel about my idea about letting gamers review Starfield?
Fuck off!
But the gamers...
We can't see past our own fucking reflection!
I just don't think Starfield is a good fit for this guy. He should really check out The Last of Us 2. No pronoun selection screen, no character creator at all, actually.
Every single solitary fucking thing!
Alright, let's play Starfield now.
We also have an all-new animation system.
The characters' facial expressions and lip syncing, which are done procedurally by a program, are incredibly accurate, and the character models look really great under the correct lighting.
The character models look really great under the correct lighting. All right, let's dig into this a little. Echo the Fox calls it Starefield. Oh my god, that's going to hit the score for some big damage. I am lowering the game score to 9 out of 10 after that one. That is going to hurt sales. K-Dog loves Starfield, but even he admits the character models are ugly. Why are all these clips from a crouching standpoint? Like, maybe stand up straight? Oh, I see now. For the graphics to be good in this game, you have to stand up and have the character in the correct lighting. It's a skill issue, I see. Shinobi 602 is very impressed by the detail of the environments, given the scope of the game. I can definitely get behind this. When you walk into a room in this game, there will be like 300 little items on the desk, and every one of the items has a detailed 3D model. And it's a good fit for this game because a lot of the gameplay is picking up items. On the other hand, a lot of the gameplay, and I mean a lot of the gameplay, is people talking to you. So the face animations are a key aspect of the game that should not be overlooked. Starfield is hands down the best gaming experience I have ever had. Nothing comes close, not even my beloved Skyrim or Witcher 3. Holy shit, this game is good. I am bumping that score back up to a 10 out of 10 flawless masterpiece. Xbox is back, baby. Bro's head is missing. Alright, take the points. I haven't gotten any bugs this funny.
POV buying a house in 1950, $500. 2024, $750,000. One bedroom, one bathroom, one bedroom. Yeah, that's about right. God, there's a video clip from like the 60s in Australia where there was a house being sold for $3,000, 3,000 Australian dollars, and I don't know how much it was at the time compared to other countries, but this family were like, nah, they didn't they stopped bidding in the auction when it got to that, because it was by their words. They were interviewed. It's like, why didn't you keep going? And it's like, oh, it's too much. It was $3,000 was a little much for this property. $3,000. Oof. Just the biggest of oofs. My birthday comes in 4 months and 4 days. Ah, right, yeah. All billionaires do is be on their phone, eat hot chip, and not pay tax.
Yet my expectation for Starfield was that it would have like a cyberpunk level of glitches, but so far the glitches I've got is like enemy doing this. So this is the power of the boost pad.
Captain Solo, Protocol Indigo.
And one of my challenges doesn't work. I just can never complete this challenge because it's bugged, which sucks because my guy always keeps running out of oxygen. Also, I saw a spaceship do this. What is that thing?
Hey, contact Charlie 3. That's you.
That's actually nightmarish.
Nice to meet you. Bye, Charlie 3. Hi.
You can enjoy something and still willingly admit where the flaws lie. I might have to edit this guy out because he cannot be a gamer. This is boilerplate Bethesda, and for most that's fine, but I think it's a little dated. Basically what he's saying is, Starfield doesn't look like Fallout 3, it doesn't sound like Fallout 3, but it plays like Fallout 3.
Starfield is our first new universe in over 25 years, but it's still a Bethesda RPG through and through, where you step into a new world and you get that feeling.
I still haven't played Starfield.
How are people not enjoying this game? I am a 40-year-old gamer who has been playing since the 80s.
Holy shit.
I've never touched a Bethesda game before this one, as I am a super space nerd, and this game got me to purchase a Series X just to play it. Boy, do I feel justified with my purchase. Okay, so here we got a big-time Star fan, an older gentleman that has somehow never played a Bethesda game. I don't know where this dude was at during Xbox 360 times. I truly do not understand the negativity towards the game. The hardest part of a game developer's job is its community, and some of these players are either delusional or just entitled. The demands and expectations I'm seeing on just this subreddit alone are disturbing. People don't want to play games to have fun anymore. They just want to point out all the flaws and mistakes. I can definitely sympathize with this dude. Gamers take a lot for granted, and they're way more vocal about criticizing good games than celebrating them. Fuck you! On the other hand, what fucking Starfield planet do you come from? Microsoft is a $2.4 trillion corporation. The marketing behind this game was so insane that it got you to buy an Xbox Series X to play it. This game should be held to the absolute highest standard, especially by people who bought the Series X day one. Mad because you can't manually fly from one planet to another? Seriously? I can't wait to fast travel to where I'm going to see what's going on over there. Alright, that's it. Red flag. You're going in the penalty box. Fast travel is not a selling point. That is a convenience. I think a lot of people, myself included, saw the No Man's Sky mining in the trailer and just naturally assumed that the game would also feature spaceships like No Man's Sky, where you can get into the ship, fly around the planet, and then zoom into space and onto another planet seamlessly. This is not the case. In Starfield, the space travel is you go into a menu and watch a cutscene. You can fly a spaceship in space, but really it's there for combat and not traversal. He just keeps smelling the sandwich. How is he doing? Put in his pocket for later. Starfield players agree that its first dozen hours are its weakest. Okay, 12 hours in, and I love it. Ah, yes, the classic 12 hours to get to the fun part type game. I feel like most good games aren't even 12 hours long. Not every game has to start with a bang, right? But 12 hours?
No one is born good or evil. Every day you take a step in one of those directions.
Starfield is way better with the mods. Real talk, Starfield is like a strong 6 out of 10. With mods, 7 out of 10. And there you have it, people. I am dropping the gamer score to a 6 out of 10 without mods. And always remember, you did this, not me.
In Starfield, we're pushing our cities and settlements further than we ever have before. It's all there.
I'm gonna play it myself and
a slice of humanity's future.
So, ready to get out there?
No, no, no!
I feel like I'm literally getting lost in space. I can't get from A to B when leaving a planet without finding myself an hour later so far off my original objective having a blast. This game is top notch, I swear, for real. Exploration in this game is actually pretty fucking crazy. Yeah, I literally keep landing on planets and spending my entire night playing on that single planet. If you are still down for this old school Bethesda type game, and you will get lost in this. There are so many quest lines, so many planets, so many factions, just so much.
I have a feeling today's going to be a great day. Don't you agree?
Enemy boss that is 9 level above me. Has brain dead AI. Easy to cheese.
Badly for you.
And y'all call this the best game of the century. Starfield is a joke. God damn, this man just destroyed the entire Xbox kingdom. And for that, I'm gonna have to lower the score down to a paltry 5 out of 10. Breaking! Digital Foundry caught lying about Starfield. Uh-oh, Digital Foundry, somebody is going to jail!
The water also surprises me. There's no swimming in Starfield. It will break your fall if you jump from a great height, as I just did, but diving is forbidden. You just glide along the...
There is swimming! 11 out of 10. Xbox is back in business.
There is no world where Starfield's an 11 out of 10. And
Phil, no. Now I have to put it back to a 5 out of 10.
There isn't really a great solution or win for us. I see commentary that if you just build great games, everything would turn around. It's just not true. We lost...
I thought that was like, I was like, why is it just sitting there with more Garfield? Oopsies. I clicked it by accident. I think that the way that they make their games, Bethesda just can't bring themselves to use mocap, because it would probably just be like, because they always build such big worlds with so many characters. Mocap, you'd start to recognize. I think they just don't want to do mocap because it would just be, for them, just too complicated, too much shit to deal with. However, yeah, imagine if they actually did do mocap. Speaking of mocap, yeah. Everyone is lying.
Why don't you tell the truth, Michelle?
Oh, it's doing it again.
Bugs you about your mother's jewelry.
No!
You really are horrible, you know that? What makes
you... God damn it.
Why don't you tell the truth, Michelle? Something really bugs you about your mother's jewelry.
You really are horrible, you know that? What makes you think that? Mother spent all her time fussing over herself. There wasn't much time left for me and Daddy.
When did you last see your mother?
Yesterday afternoon. I went to a dance at Belmont High. Mommy was supposed to pick me up, but she didn't show.
So what did you do then?
I was upset. Daddy came instead.
You're feeling guilty about this, Michelle. What were you up to that you missed your mother?
You're crazy. I was waiting out front exactly where she asked me to be. Ask my teacher if it isn't so. You're rotten. I feel terrible already about my mom, and you're trying to make me feel worse.
Your mom and dad are happily married?
What are you saying? Of course they are.
I think your father was violent with your mother. I think they weren't very happy, and you should tell me, young lady.
You may be the police, but you have no right to talk about my mom and dad like that. When my dad gets home, I'm going to ask him to punch you on the nose, mister.
I know this is a tough time for you, Michelle, but you should really try and help the police.
Hey,
What gives?
Daddy, the police
Go to your
are
room,
here.
please, Michelle. I'll talk to the police.
Daddy, Mommy is gone.
Go to your room, young lady. She's not even out of school. You can't come in here interrogating her like she's
Your
some
wife
kind
was
of...
found murdered this morning.
Found? What? But she only...
We have some questions that we would like to ask you.
I was gonna say, this scene, I remember being so pissed off about it because I got this situation wrong. I think I didn't. Was it that I didn't accuse him? Oh, how did I go? I remember getting this scene wrong when I played the game. But there's a. I shouldn't say anything for those who may want to play this, like, fucking 10-year-old game. But, maybe if you don't want to hear spoilers, mute the stream for, like, the next 10 seconds. Starting now. The the twist of the game is that all the characters that you're talking to, all the people that you're accusing, are all innocent. And that there's a serial killer, a serial person responsible for all of it. So the choices you made throughout the game end up being kind of pointless. So yeah, despite the fact that I got this situation wrong, ultimately it just it pissed me off that they did that. They made that like twist. And yeah. BS. Kind of looks like one of those generic Fallout New Vegas NPCs.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
What size shoe do you wear, Mr. Mueller?
Why do you ask?
It's routine, sir. Simple process of elimination.
9s, I think.
Why are you lying to me, Mr. Mueller?
Why would I lie to you at a time like this?
That's funny. The work boots we found here are size 8s. Why lie about it if you've got nothing to hide?
Because I always get teased about the size of my feet. You know, small feet, small...
Always been true in my experience.
So you were here all night. You stayed in while your wife went out to pick up your daughter?
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you spoil the game? I gave you a chance to not.
You should come clean
get
if you're having an
spoiled.
affair, or if there's something going on.
I told you I was here when you said I
Oh,
wasn't.
hey. Rorius, it's good info for people may want to play. Fair warning. I'm glad that,
Calling me a liar on the day I lose my wife.
Your wife went to
I'm
pick
glad
up Michelle?
that you feel
Yes.
that way, because I was gonna say it.
I think you went with her, but
Let's
you
just
didn't
say
go to
it
school.
it
What really
changed
happened,
the
Mueller?
like. I think LA Noire is a great game. I
You're
would
making
recommend
stuff
people
up,
to give it a try.
and I'll dare
But that
anyone
was something
to
that
prove
threw me.
any different.
I actually muted because I still haven't played it, so thanks. Oh, yeah. I'm glad I gave people the warning then.
I don't even get a chance to grieve, and you go and start pointing the finger at me. You can go to hell.
Because, yeah. It is, honestly,
Sir,
it's a
I'm
great
Detective
game.
Phelps.
I'd recommend it.
Name's Nate Wilkie.
You found the vehicle?
Sure.
And there's a VR version of this as well, where you can play in VR. I can't imagine it's super inducive. I can't imagine that VR would work super well, but it's something that exists.
Saw it just sitting there. Strange place to be parking your car.
Anyway, yeah. So this is just we'll leave it there. But yeah, there's like just constantly accusing everyone of lying, no matter what they're doing. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. I finally beat Chapter 7 B-side. Oh. Ooh. Chapter 7, The Summit. Right. I'm assuming, yeah, 726 deaths. Nice. Celeste is a game that's been on my list to play for a while now. I really do intend to play it, and I really want to play it, but these days I just don't have time to dedicate to games like that are going to take me a while to get through. So yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
Please don't text me when you're drunk.
Music. Oh, it's music. Wait, I'll just check. Oh, whoops. Because I see you posted it. Did you get claimed? Let's see. I don't see a copyright claim, but they don't always show up. Really thinking of playing Celeste sometime. I saw one of my classmates in choir playing Celeste. It looks like a really good game.
Ooh, or don't text me at all.
Защитим монолит! За монолит! Веду бой с противником! Враг в зоне видимости! Веду бой! Вперед! Противник! Ликвидировать! Искореним врагов монолита! Вперед, братья! Враги монолита! Ликвидировать! Искореним их, братья! Враги! Провожу ликвидацию! Противники! Веду бой! Противники в зоне эффективного огня! Уничтожайте врагов! Убивайте врагов! Братья, убивайте их! Враг монолита! Искореняем! Вражеская единица в зоне поражения! Уничтожаем его! Обхожу противника! Монолит!
What the fuck was that ending? Oh. Because I don't speak Russian, I'm assuming Russian. I have no idea what was being said, but it sounded funny. It's just, yeah, like that's the thing. Is like videos. You'll post a video like that, and it'll get hundreds of thousands of views. And then you like spend ages on some like project you're working on, and it'll get nothing. That's the state of the internet. Yeah. Ah, right. This is about that Minecraft thing. Yeah. Well, let's just play it. I forget what it's called.
Minecraft has been just an incredible thing over the last few years. When you very first sat down and conceptualized the idea and did the first bits of work in it, where did you think it would go realistically at that time?
I was hoping to spend half a year to a year on it and maybe make enough money to start a new game. That was kind of my semi-realistic dream for it.
Minecraft is the best-selling video game of all time, and because of that, people think there's nothing new to learn about it. It's easy to think that everything there is to know about Minecraft
that's what it's
has
called.
been documented, discovered, and done to death. A lot of people think Minecraft is essentially a solved game, that there's nothing more to discover or think about. However, I beg to differ. In my last video, I discussed how Dwarf Fortress heavily inspired Minecraft's core ideas of mining and building. But in researching the history of Minecraft's development, I uncovered a rabbit hole of information. There's a plethora of clues, quotes, and references that all allude to a hidden piece of Minecraft's development, one that's gone completely unacknowledged by the general public. Many people know about the games that heavily inspired Notch during Minecraft's development. Titles like Infiniminer, Dwarf Fortress, and Dungeon Keeper were all key influences on the game's design, so much so that many accused Minecraft of plagiarism during its initial success in the early 2010s. These games all resemble Minecraft in either their art style or their gameplay. It's easy to tell at a glance how much each of these titles inspired Minecraft. However, there's another video game that influenced Minecraft just as much as all of these have, yet it never gets brought up when discussing Notch's key inspirations during the game's development. But that's where I come in. I'm going to bring light to a game that would prove crucial to Minecraft's design and creation, a game that was absolutely critical to ensuring Minecraft stood the test of time, and a game that still influences Minecraft to this very day. Through interviews, records, and the mechanics of Minecraft itself, I'm going to prove that Valve's beloved class-based shooter Team Fortress 2 became one of Minecraft's most influential inspirations. This rabbit hole goes deep, so bear with me as I go through a bit of history. Let's start in 2007. 2 years before Minecraft's initial alpha release. On October 10th, 2007, Team Fortress 2 would be released to widespread success. The impact of the game was immediately felt. There was never before a team-based shooter that focused so heavily on freedom and player choice. Players weren't punished for playing off the core objective, allowing for teams to win matches through independent thought, rather than team coordination alone. The game was groundbreaking for the time, and as with all pieces of art, Team Fortress 2's design was an amalgamation of many other influences
Not related,
and
but I got more
inspirations.
unusuals from
The
Quake
game's
in a row.
predecessor, Team Fortress Classic, was a mod of Quake,
What?
with many of TF2's mechanics being taken directly
You
from
mine
the
pretty
notorious
deep with
arena
this.
shooter. Many of TF2's classes
I
also
see
have
what you
designs
did
that are
there.
heavily based on the gameplay styles of other notable genres, such as Engineer being based off the tower defense genre, and Spy taking cues from various stealth games. TF2 leaned heavily on combining a lot of different influences to create something truly original. The game's uniqueness inspired dozens of
Yeah, 4
developers to
cases
take
for
some of the
unusuals,
ideas
that's
Valve had put
ridiculous.
forth and incorporate them into their own games. One of these developers was a young computer science graduate by the name of Zach Barth. He was a fledgling game developer who was working on a competitive team-based shooter called Infiniminer. In an interview with Rock Paper Shotgun, Barth stated,
Infiniminer is a combination of Infinifrag, Team Fortress 2, and Motherlode. I wanted to make a competitive mining game, and this was it.
in theme with our story, Zach Barth saw his game as a mix of many other inspirations, including Team Fortress 2. The influence TF2 has over Infiniminer is obvious from the gameplay. The game is, of course, a team-based class shooter, with each player being able to choose from 4 unique classes. 2 of these options were the Engineer and the Sapper, which share the same roles as the Engineer and Spy from Team Fortress 2. The 2 teams fighting each other are also represented by red and blue. However, these are surface-level comparisons. If we look deeper into the game design of Infiniminer, it's obvious that there's a clear focus on freedom and player choice that the game relies on to be engaging. The control each player has over the characters reflected in their ability to manipulate the environment, to be able to break and build whatever they want in order to
That
succeed.
guy stole your name.
This leads to each match of Infiniminer
Yeah.
feeling diverse and dynamic,
The developer of
with a wide
Infiniminer.
variety of potential strategies at each team's disposal. This focus on dynamic and independent gameplay is directly interpolated from Team Fortress 2 and its design philosophy. In short, Infiniminer's game design is heavily inspired by Team Fortress 2, specifically in its focus on freedom and player choice. And these 2 concepts were about to be taken to their absolute extreme by one Marcus Notch person. I'm sure
Right.
that some of the people watching this are seeing all the history I'm pointing out and probably thinking, okay, sure, there's this huge amount of history that leads from Team Fortress 2 to Minecraft, but that doesn't even mean anything. The 2 games are completely different and have nothing to do with each other. This is a total stretch. To the people who are thinking that, I get it. On the surface, putting these 2 games next to each other, it wouldn't seem like these games could have anything to do with one another. And yet, inspiration of this nature happens all the time. Mega Man X looks nothing like Hollow Knight, but if you look at the game design, you can see where Hollow Knight took inspiration from the Mega Man X series. The developers of Fortnite have admitted to being directly inspired by Minecraft, and their game isn't even in the same genre. Yet if you look at Fortnite's building system and the way it incentivizes player creativity, you could see how one idea led to the other. Inspiration isn't about transplanting a one-to-one copy of something into something else. Inspiration is when an artist takes something they know and adapts it into their work. That adaptation may be blatantly obvious, or it may be a little bit more hidden. Not all inspiration is immediately apparent. Sometimes you have to dig for it. So when I tell you that Notch was a massive Team Fortress 2 fan, that should probably say something about what he valued as a developer. Notch's history with TF2 is a well-documented phenomenon. In the years before and after Minecraft's full 1.0 release, Notch would regularly stream TF2 live on Twitch. He would also talk about TF2 pretty regularly on his Twitter and his Tumblr. Notch loved TF2 so much that he even messed around with making a full-on top-down demake of TF2, an entirely fan-made reconstruction of the game built as a passion project. Of course, this was never released, but it's an indication of how much an impact Valve's
No, but there was a
class-based shooter
2D
had on the young developer.
TF2, I remember.
Notch was already a huge fan of TF2 when he was making Minecraft, but that's not the only way that the game affected his development. As mentioned before, Infiniminer also took heavy influence from TF2, and Infiniminer was the game that, according to most accounts from Notch himself, spurred him into making Minecraft the game that it is today.
But then I found Infiniminer. My god, that was the game I wanted to do.
Notch took the ideas of freedom and player choice that Team Fortress 2 and Infiniminer utilized and turned them into their own game. In Notch's own words, a do-anything game. Minecraft. I can understand if you're still skeptical. It's not like there's a magical unicorn interview out there where Notch directly says that he was inspired by Team Fortress 2. However, there also isn't an interview where George Lucas admits to being influenced by Joseph Campbell, even though he obviously was. There isn't a blog post where Eminem admits that his style is heavily based on Pharaoh Monch, but I could definitely do research to figure that out. Here, it's the same way.
Or is it Google
Even
did
if
it?
Notch never said it explicitly, there's an abundance of evidence that exists that basically
Also, yeah, hey,
confirms
Jam.
Team Fortress 2
Hey,
had a
Jamster.
significant impact on Minecraft's development, both through Notch himself and through Infiniminer. But TF2's influence hasn't stopped there. Team Fortress 2 has consistently affected Minecraft's development and its community throughout its lifespan, even as recently as this year. Many of the earliest Minecraft servers utilized minigames heavily based on modes from Team Fortress 2, such as Capture the Flag and King of the Hill. On top of that, these minigames would also frequently feature the class picking system that Team Fortress 2 pioneered. It's likely that a lot of the famous minigames that Minecraft is partially known for, such as Bed Wars and Sky Wars, would be completely different if it weren't for TF2's influence. When it comes to Minecraft's development over the years, things are less clear-cut. Of course, Notch himself would reference TF2 on occasion in Minecraft's early years. Some splash text here, an April Fool's joke
Creeper
there,
is a spy.
but never anything in the actual game.
Supply crates.
That is, until this year. In 2024, 2 incredibly interesting items were revealed and released into Minecraft for the public to enjoy. The first of these items was the
Wind
Wind
Charge
Charge,
and
an item that launches the player
and the
very
hammer.
high into the air upon use. The second item was the Mace, a
Oh, the
weapon
mace.
that does insanely high damage if the player strikes an enemy while falling from a great height. When these items were released, players immediately realized what the developers had done. They had implemented rocket jumping and market gardening into Minecraft, 2 mechanics whose identities were directly tied to Team Fortress 2. Many artists admit to their influences, wearing them on their sleeves and talking their praises up in the press. On the other hand, many artists refuse to acknowledge any inspiration. These people often insist, falsely, that the ideas they've come up with are entirely and utterly original. These are the 2 most common kinds of relationships that artists tend to have with the ones they take their likeness from. However, the best and most cathartic relationship an artist can have with their inspirations is one of reverence and respect. It's through this avenue that you get work like Tyler the Creator's Igor or Kobe Bryant's style of basketball, pieces of art that are clearly influenced by great artists that came before, and yet carry their own sense of identity and understanding in spite of that. Minecraft in 2024 has come full circle. Mojang is paying homage to one of its biggest influences, adding items that directly incorporate the mechanics of TF2 into their game, while maintaining the look, feel, and gameplay style of Minecraft itself. The response to this addition has been overwhelmingly positive. The Wind Charge especially has been hailed as one of the best additions to Minecraft in years, an item that greatly improves the freedom of gameplay, allowing for more diversity in how each player interacts with the environment. It just goes to show that a mechanic doesn't always need to be new for it to be good.
I was gonna say, I don't think I've ever used the Market Gardener in TF2. So I couldn't remember that there was a falling, hitting stuff, thing in TF2, but, I definitely, immediately, he said rocket jumping, and I was like, of course, the wind charm, the wind charge, yeah, it's just straight up like a rocket jump.
Some original Nintendo clones are very small. This one almost disappears underneath a game cartridge, and it feels like there's hardly anything in it, which makes me wonder, can I make this cartridge into a NES console? Most NES games have a lot of empty space in the cartridge. The large size was mostly for aesthetics and a little bit of future-proofing. I had hoped for a game that used even less space inside the cartridge, but this is all I could find at short notice. I want to leave this in here and try and fit the guts out of this into this space here. The way I see it, if I have to throw out this part, it's not a game cartridge anymore, is it? It's a game cartridge case. And I want a game cartridge that plays game cartridges. At first glance, it doesn't look too hopeful, but there's actually quite a lot in here that I don't need. Also, this console's brand new and half the screws are rusty. Thanks for that, AliExpress. Really appreciate it. Let's start getting rid of things we don't need. I actually do need these controller ports, but hopefully they don't break when I do this. And I think I'll remove this part properly. So what we've got here is this part in the middle. That's pretty much the whole console. This is just some stuff we don't need. Power and reset, don't need that. Ah, hot glue, it's already perfect. Except I have to remove the hot glue. We're gonna need that controller port. And that controller port. Now what we've got left needs to fit in here, and it doesn't fit in there. Other than all the connectors and switches and stuff, this is actually an entire NES console. And in fact, it's only this large because of the cartridge slot. If we flip it over, this here is a NES on a chip. It's a combination of all the chips in an original Nintendo, except for this one, which is apparently separate on this board, even though it's nothing special. The rest of the stuff on here is just supporting componentry. Now where's everything going to fit? That, I guess, can go there. These can go, I guess first I'll just make space in the case. I'll get rid of everything I don't need.
Don't use it, and you've never used it either.
Ah,
yeah.
hit me in the eye. I want this to sit
I think
down
I just
flat,
never
but
got
this
it
bit
from
here's
a
in the
drop,
way. I'm gonna have
so-
to very carefully remove that.
That was the half of my issue with the evolution of TF2.
There we go, that looks good about there. Now we're going to need a hole in the other half of the casing. Just trace it around another cartridge. Chalk markers are handy for stuff like this because you can wash it off afterwards. You won't have to see it.
I cease to be able to
How
participate.
does that fit? That's close enough, I reckon. Just sticking this in temporarily with blue tack so that I can get everything in the right spots. Wow, look at that. Cutting the leads on the controller ports has enough force to shoot the solder off the PCB. Oh, that one just hit the ceiling. These controller ports really are not going to fit in there as they are now. Slim controller ports. I want the controller ports to go about here.
I couldn't keep up with... because of the fact that this random drops for weapons.
Now, I really hope this actually fits. It does. If this part in here was too thick, I was just going to have to make this plastic really thin. A couple of bits of blue tack. I can't push it in. It'll push the blue tack out. But that is looking... like a controller port. This is a scrap PCB out of a treadmill or something. I'm going to borrow the headphone jack off it.
Yeah, let's just say literal tech drawer. This is
I can use this
kind
as
of
an AV
painful
port.
for me
Then I
to
can
watch.
use a headphone to 2 RCA cable to plug it into the TV. On the old back panel PCB, there was this 5-volt regulator. This takes a higher voltage and regulates it into the stable 5 volts that this system needs to work. So that I don't have to use that, I'm going to power this with a USB cable. USB supplies regulated 5 volts straight away, so I just have to wire it in and I'm done. The rest of this board is going to be sacrificed to the cause. I'll stick the USB port here and the AV port here. And why not USB-C? Because I need to solder 2 resistors to make that work and I can't be bothered. Oh no! That was a lot thinner than I thought. I didn't realize I was getting so close to this notch and I'd cut through. Oh no. I can't put the AV port there. I would have to cut the casing here. I have to put it over here somewhere, which means this notch is for no reason. And I cut through this for no reason. Now you'll be able to tell it's a homemade product. Now that's where those will fit. Don't look at that. My next problem is that this cartridge port isn't allowed to stick out past the edge of this cartridge, otherwise it won't fit into a NES console. I'm hoping I can melt all the solder on this board at the same time so that I can just slot the board down onto the cartridge slot a bit further. It sort of worked. Well, the cartridge port's a lot further down on the PCB now. I did lose the capacitor, the crystal oscillator, and this jumper here has come disconnected. I really don't recommend pointing a heat gun at any board that you want to use afterwards. I've just noticed that if I plug a cartridge in now, it hits this chip here, so that's going to have to be relocated. Ow, 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 ow. Relocating this chip actually isn't as hard as it sounds. Even though it's a 14-pin chip, it's only using 4 pins, and 2 of those are just to power the chip. I'll just bend all the pins straight, trim them a bit shorter so they're not taking up so much space, and I just have to wire it up in a different spot. This jumper wire is connected to ground, so I can use that. I'd actually use the original solder point for 5 volts. For the 2 data pins, I pretty much have to use the same points the chip used. There we go, should work just the way it did before, and now the cartridge can go past that chip. How are we looking for clearance? Oh no, my heating! I warped the cartridge! Well, I'll just have to fix it again. That was very much unintentional, and I'm a little bit disappointed, but it's gone back kind of alright-ish. And on top of that, we're still not flush with the cartridge. I need to get this right down here, and I think there might be a way. The contacts in this connector actually push down. It's definitely possible that I could push them down so far that the cartridge can't actually make contact with them anymore, but hopefully I can find a middle ground where it still touches these contacts but sits lower than the top of this connector. Well, this looks like it's going to be fun to clean up. I've got a bad feeling that I went too far, but if I push all the pins back up, hopefully the cartridge will grab the contacts. It seems like it could just. I did manage to cut a little bit close to some of these pins, and I think some of them might be not so good anymore. This console doesn't use any of the pins for the security, so I can borrow those pins and swap them out for the ones that I've damaged. That's what they look like when they're removed from the cartridge slot. Let's see if that grabs the cartridge. I think that does. I've got the cartridge port soldered back on now, but brutally desoldering it with a heat gun has caused an issue. Now I have to connect this trace that ends to nothing to this pin here. I'm going to try to scrape the green solder mask off very carefully. If I accidentally scrape the ones either side, it makes my life a lot harder. The liquid you see is flux. It helps the solder flow onto the metal. This is 0.1 millimeter wire. You can see how thin this wire actually is. It's like hair. I really hope this fits flush. I think that's done it.
Next, I need a reset button.
And a power switch. Right about here somewhere. Couple of holes over here. Hey, there's only one hole. This slot's for the power switch. I can't have the switch sticking out past the edge of the plastic, so I'm going to have to dig around it so that I can actually get my finger in there. The other hole's going to be for the reset button. Trim the switch down flush. Bounce twice. Now it's time for our very first bit of hot glue. That should hold the reset button. That's the power switch. That's my finger. Now the controller ports. I'm going to do this with a controller plugged in so that I know I've got enough space. Probably going to have to cut some of that glue away again. So we're on the home stretch. It's time to wire everything in. And of course, straight away I hit an issue where I've moved the controller ports slightly too far that way and they don't fit anymore. But I think there's enough meat. Yeah, easy. Just kill that off. Another chunk off that corner. And then it's just the hot glue that I only just put in there that's in the way. Now that I've thoroughly destroyed the controller port PCB, I actually need to kind of slot it back together to trace out where everything goes. So,
yeah, it is getting to that time in the stream where it's like I'm getting
the tidy diagram always makes everything easy. Now I've got quite a bit of wiring to do, so that's done. Hopefully I got it all right. Before I go gluing all this stuff down, I really want to test this now. It's very difficult to do repairs with hot glue all over everything. Controller, game, AV cable. Usually I do a really slack job of testing stuff and end up in trouble. Oh, the controller's not working. This time I'm testing everything. I'm actually going to use a Japanese Famicom game to test this. This game's called Twin Beat. It's got music and sound effects and it uses all the buttons on both controllers all at the same time. So it's a good one for testing. AV on power. This is always the scary one. Power on. Whoop. Reset. Nope. So I just realized what I've done. I've got the import adapter upside down. This isn't such a problem in a real NES because it's got a shaped cartridge slot so that you can't do that. Hopefully I haven't destroyed anything. Maybe a real NES game? Oh no! It's been a long time, but I think I've found the issue. Have a look at this. I don't know when it happened, but I've scratched the board and I've taken a bit of the trace with it, trying out some new soldering iron tips that I just got in the mail. I think I've chosen the wrong one for this particular job. That's attached. Red paint is off my desk. I must have put the knife down tip first. Yay! There's another break now. 2 more. Oh, this is getting better and better. This is super frustrating. It's cleaning it off with some isopropyl and a toothbrush. It survives the toothbrush, it's probably okay. I think that's a success. Please don't have anything else wrong. For an idea of what I've been dealing with, this is the tip of a normal Bic ballpoint pen. The ball alone is wider than the 3 traces I've just soldered up. Please. Oh. I've spent ages going through this and replacing components to try and get this thing working again, and I've come to the conclusion that this garbage blob of a chip here really didn't like having the heat gun pointed at it. So, I had to buy another one. I've just finished installing the new PCB, and while I was doing that, I came across a problem which may have stopped the entire thing from working and was definitely my fault. When I was doing all this wiring here based on this diagram, I never noticed that this PCB has 12 contacts here, and this one only has 11. So this jumper loop here, which I added to this board, was actually shorting out the clock signal to one of the data pins. The clock signal stops, this whole thing stops. It's entirely possible that the old motherboard still works, but I have no desire to resolder the entire cartridge port and all of the wiring again. The moment of truth. It works. All right, wait. Controllers. That one works. Oh, I didn't choose 2-player. Reset works. Controller 2 works. Now it's time for the proper hot glue. Power connector. AV connector. Hopefully this can close up. And look at this. I've got spare plastic. Does that fit in there? Do NES cartridges bend or snap? They snap, but it's holding together well enough that it's fine. Shave off the edge to make it flush. I've just cut up the rest of the cartridge offcuts, and I'm adding some acetone. I want to try something. Oh, stirring with a metal thing in a magnet dish is difficult. This is a perfect example of why you don't use solvents to clean games. After a lot of time and a lot of mixing, I now have NES cartridge puree. I wonder how successfully I can fix this hole. Thought I'd see what it felt like, and now I'm regretting it because it's really hard to clean off. I've got a lot of NES cartridge stuck on my fingers now. Now that it's starting to dry, it's kind of peeling itself back off my fingers. It's not sticky anymore. I made a NES ball. My NES ball is, wow, very light, and it's set now, so the cartridge is probably set too. I'm hoping I can very carefully slice the top off of this and then have a nice smooth surface underneath. Give it a tiny bit of sanding, but not much because the finish is terrible, and I guess it's better than a hole. The reason my NES ball is so light is because the plastic aerates, so once you cut into it you get all these bubble holes, and sanding it just filled it with plastic dust, so now they're white dots. Now that I've got the NES console in the NES cartridge, I want to make sure it's still a NES cartridge. First thing, does it actually fit in the console? Wait a minute. Oh no! I've never noticed this before, but inside the NES console, there's a little peg down in here. So if you don't have this slot in the cartridge, it won't go down all the way. I've filled up that slot and there's a circuit board on the other side of it. I'll try and make it work. If I stick some blue tack on here, push the cartridge down, that's where the hole needs to be. If I need to go any further than this, it's going to be very difficult because I've just hit the bottom of the motherboard. I hope this fits. I hope it clicks. It clicks! Yes! Does it work? Oh! There we go. It's just old. Wow, that was a good hit. My NES cartridge still works as a NES cartridge, and now we find out if it is a game console as well. Oh, this is hard to get out. There we go. My game cartridge plays game cartridges! But how am I gonna play NES Open? This can't plug in here. Well, I've got an idea. This is a NES to Famicom adapter, and this is a Famicom to NES adapter. I put this in here, and this in here.
Well, it's closer to 3 hours.
Put this in here, and and it should work. God. So if I plug them like this, then all I need to do is extend this to here. So I can use these as connectors. And all I have to do is a whole heap of wiring. Now I can plug the cartridge into itself. And then hopefully play... No, not NES Open. Yeah, there we go. For some reason, I just needed to reset it. I sure will try to golf well, Mr. Whoever you are. I've heard of plenty of consoles with built-in games, but I might have just made the very first game with a built-in console. What should I name this thing? Chuck me some comments with your ideas. NES Ball. As you can see here, I collect retro video games. I'm always buying something or other, and if you'd like to see everything that I buy, you can join me on Float Plane for $1 a month.
That was, kind of painful, but also amazing. It's fascinating, but also I cringe every time, like, drill near, like a drill or a saw near a, like a motherboard or just computer chips. Yeah, what just happened? What did we just watch? It's an old video game released in 1984. It still has servers online. What? Oh. It doesn't work. Whatever that was, it didn't work anymore. Nope. It's some video that's broken. You don't want to say what's my favorite book. Oh, you're totally right. I realize that's a conversation you guys are having between yourselves. Oh, pardon me. If you know who Dante Deem is, I do. Famous Minecraft YouTuber. I saw internet craft where you can craft whatever he wants. He crafted to himself. Wait, what? Oh, I crafted myself.
I crafted myself in this random online game. Basically, you start with 4 elements and you can craft them together to create anything in the world. After 1 hour of crafting, we made the internet, then YouTuber, and then Diamond. Had I done it already? I'm about to press it. We combine them both to become... I was not giving up there. We crafted Minecraft, then Minecart. Diamond and Minecart had to be it, right? Here we go. Are you ready? No! Minecart and YouTuber? Could this get any worse? Minecraft plus YouTuber. It got worse. Maybe I just wasn't in this game at all. But then, almost by accident, it happened. Minecart with diamonds plus YouTuber. Then we celebrated properly. And that's how I crafted myself in this random online game.
Nice. Yeah. There's no way that you can craft Rorius in that game. Your gnomes? I ran out of drink, and I'm tempted to go get more drink. But we'll see if I can last. Minecraft poisonous potato update.
Poisonous potatoes. How utterly pointless. The worst foodstuff ever invented since unsliced bread. For centuries, the poisonous potato has ruined the lives of millions, if not billions, of Minecraft players. When will the heartbreak end? How about today? Introducing the Poisonous Potato Update. It'll transform the poor-tato into your new best friend. So please contact your current best friend and inform them that they have been replaced. Poisonous potato mobs. Green rain. That's different. Potato flowers. A poisonous potato boss arena and a terrifying new boss. You're in for a root awakening. A green green laser. The multi-biome wonder that is the poisonous potato dimension. Portals that will take you to the poisonous potato dimension. Convenient. Potato shoes. Potato armor. You will look like a real spud. The potato staff. Potato refineries for the sophisticated potato connoisseur, obviously. And there's more. For all of you potato lovers on Bedrock Edition, you will find some free marketplace add-on content that potatoizes your Minecraft worlds. Is that healthy? I don't know. So don't be a hesitator. Go download the Poisonous Potato Update today. You're the poisonous potato. It's time to sprout.
Side effects of using the Poisonous Potato Update may include uncontrollable laughter and an overwhelming craving for french fries. Use with caution and consult your local villager if you're experiencing poisonous potato creativity. Northern Studios is not responsible for any accidental poisonous potato
Use at your own risk. Happy April 1st.
This is actually this is actually on the Minecraft channel. Nice. Yeah, this is what I thought might happen when I said, oh, we'll do a reaction stream right at the start of the month this time. I was like, oh, it is April 1st for most people. I was like, what's the bit? We're gonna have a ton of April Fool's stuff at the top. And we do. Well, we have our first, at least. 1 second, I'm gonna go get my drink. I had drink before, but I ran out. Oh, hey, Lumi. Welcome to the stream. You're mad that I didn't say hello within 1 minute. Oh my god. I can't. I say stuff for other people, to other people as well. You can't be mad. I'll be back. I'm just gonna grab a drink. Carl? Carl. Doesn't ring a bell. Did you go by a different username? Oh no, you did message earlier as well. I must have just missed all of it. Yeah, Carl. The name Carl doesn't ring a bell for me. But if you went by a different username, maybe that's what it was? So much like a game voice line. Dog? Oh, that sounds more familiar, yes. Shit. that sounds way more familiar. It has been a while, hasn't it? It's been a while since you last were here. What is this? What is this game? I'm not familiar with this game, or if it's something you've made, Drake. But seems interesting. You know, the name Dog sounds extremely familiar, but I can't quite remember. It was like Dog was short for something. Whatever the case, let's keep moving. We've got ridiculous ties. Why do we all have to wear these ridiculous ties?
These ridiculous ties. Ah, hello, Gordon Freeman. It's good to see you. Ah, Freeman. Big day today, Freeman. Do you know who ate all the donuts? Did you submit your status report to the administrator? You look terrible. I apologize, Mr. Freeman. Someone has hidden my glasses again. Interesting. Just look at that. Don't you think we should wait here for a while? No, don't go that way. I'm slowing you down, am I? No! I don't suppose you'd reconsider. This is madness.
The ponytail,
I can't take much more of this. Freeman, who would have thought you'd still be alive? Gordon, the scientists. They're crazy.
Gordon doesn't need to hear all this. He's the purest sample we've seen yet.
Yes? Well, of course. This analysis is going to run perfectly today.
Well, go ahead. They're waiting for you, Gordon. In the test chamber.
Be careful, Gordon.
Someone trying to warn him.
Who's responsible for this mess? Why are you asking me? I can't see a thing. Greetings. You are from the Anomalous Materials Lab. Yes, I recognize you. Aren't you supposed to be in the test chamber in half an hour? Fine. You won't even know I'm here. Good morning, Gordon. Ah, Freeman, you fool! Stop attacking! My goodness. He's a friend! I can't take much more of this.
Why do they keep stopping him? Do they know?
Well, I seem to be seriously wounded. I wonder if I should run that test again.
Welcome to the HEV.
Lumi 2. Welcome.
Why didn't they listen? I never thought I'd see a highly trained professional, let alone create one. Go ahead.
Extreme heat detected.
You smell something burning? That odor is coming from you, Freeman. I hope those containment parameters are still nominal.
We've assured the administrator that nothing will go wrong.
I don't think so. No! Oh no! My goodness! Are you insane? Stay back! Get out of there! Hurry up, Freeman! I can't keep it open forever!
Kleiner to the rescue. Even though they all look like Kleiner.
Oh God, what are you doing? Don't just stand there. Pick up that gun and shoot! These ridiculous ties. Well, oh no. Freeman, put that down. This should make you feel better. Don't be ridiculous. What are you doing? You'll never get out of here. Would you like to get one of these blood samples?
Major lacerations detected.
You've been wounded. Let me help you. It appears that you need medical attention.
You look terrible.
Let me take care of that. I can give you something for the pain.
All right.
Yes.
Ridiculous ties. Ridiculous ties. Ridiculous.
You piece of shit.
Aw.
Gordon.
Yeah, you saved him.
Huh. What's this? Some sort of gun? Hey, Gordon.
Ridiculous ties.
Yep. Okay. Why not?
No! I don't want to die!
Looks like you're in the barrel today.
Ties. Ridiculous ties.
Right on through, Sergeant.
Ridiculous ties.
This doesn't look right.
Oh my. Well, I seem to be wounded, but I can keep going. Let's try this.
No!
Allow me.
Please!
Fascinating. Organic matter.
Oh, no.
Limits.
Now, I wonder if those boys could have made a bigger mess. You have any idea what's going on?
That's right. I got another one.
Okay.
Oh my god, Lemmy. Why?
Hey, you wouldn't have a quarter I can borrow, would you?
Asking that question.
What on
No, I'm not fat. I'm just what you call big bone.
This was really interesting.
You repeat yourself.
I want to know more. What was their intentions? Why was there a cult? Honestly, Gordon had this coming. I want to know more about it. There's a world here that I want to know more about. It's so fascinating. Alright. Weird and obscure differences between Half-Life and Half-Life Source. Oh.
The source codes for Half-Life and Half-Life Source are publicly available. That's, not a recent development, by the way. Don't worry, you haven't missed anything. Not wanting to rewrite the entire game from scratch, Valve copied the code from Half-Life 1 and basically did the bare minimum to make it work in Source. The code is similar enough to be directly compared, so I did that. Gonarch's melee damage was changed. In Half-Life, the attack did 50 damage on easy, 60 on medium, and 70 on hard. Usually when a number changes with difficulty, Half-Life Source will just take the number that's used for hard. However, in this case, it was set to just 15. Also, usually any significant value like this would be read in from a console variable, but in Half-Life Source, this was changed to be hard-coded. Most sources of damage will temporarily offset the player's camera. The offsets are described with 3 numbers that specify how many degrees to offset the camera in each axis. In Half-Life, the yaw value for the melee aim punch was not set at all, which means the camera won't move left or right at all.
Wait, something he just said before. So all the damage numbers in Half-Life Source were set to the hard variants? If so, that's an interesting thing to hear. Cause like I always played the original Half-Life on hard. I always play it on hard. But oh my god, Lumi 4. Why? Why Lumi 4? What the hell was I saying? Right. But so is Half-Life Source just like set to hard and only hard and you can't change the difficulty? I haven't played Half-Life Source in such a long time. In fact, I have not played the Half-Life update where they updated it. They did that 25th anniversary update. I have not done that. Oh wait, this is a Pinsplash video. Oh. I only just realized Pinsplash doesn't like people watching their videos. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. I'll watch this in my own time. But yeah, I can't. That's something I should really mention properly on the Reddit. Pinsplash has gone out on record as saying that they don't appreciate reaction streaming, reaction stuff to their content. So, how is your beard? My beard's good. It's pretty good. It's could do with a trim, but yeah. So in future, we shouldn't post their stuff on the Reddit because oh my god, Lumi 5. He says I think code dude from before it. Yeah, I know what you mean. The code dudes. There's a lot of code dudes that sound the same. Yeah. So Pin Splash stuff, unless you just want me to see it in my own time, I'm happy to watch their stuff in my own time. But yeah, they went out a while, not too long ago, they made a video about how they're just like Pin Splash basically are like, no, they don't appreciate people reacting to their videos, and that reaction content, in their opinion, is reductive. But yeah, so yeah, while I don't fully agree with their views, I'll at least respect their view for not having their content reacted to. Yeah. No, you're good, Nathan. It's all good. You probably didn't know. And I meant to mention it because other people have posted Pin Splash stuff as well. So I just thought I'd mention it officially. But I'll watch that in my own time because I am curious about that. Curious about that situation. Anyway, how to open Discord on a computer. This is one of those channels.
Hello, Giz. This is no text-to-speech. Today, I'm going to show you how to open Discord. Difficult 1.
Difficult 1. Ego for you handsome ASMR.
Press Window key.
Oh my god, let me 6.
Type Discord. Click in Discord.
Yeah, that's fair enough, Nathan. I also, like, I just straight up didn't even notice it was Pin Splash until I, like, zoomed out. And I was suddenly like, wait a minute.
In Discord.
So it's all good.
Lupus. I try Gabe.
A Gabe.
Click in Discord. All done. Old 1.
Old 1.
Please like and subscribe. Voice reveal at 10 subscribers. 11 because my mom doesn't count. Bye, I love you. Muah.
Comic Sans. Oh, I didn't even realize the music was playing. That music 009 sound system or whatever it's called. Soundscape, I forget what it's called. They like every like text to speech tutorial video used to have that music. Dreamscape? Yeah, it's like 009 something. But yeah, I think Dreamscape might be the name of the song. Yeah, whatever the deal. That song used to be on everything. So many Lumis. Yeah, Lumi 7 now. We're up to 7. Yeah, Chamster, yeah. It's a convoluted way of opening it. The bedroom banker disrupting a scammer for a whole week.
The person you see on his own webcam is called Farhan, and I'm going to be spending a week trying to disrupt his scams while the police catch up with him.
Okay. And do you do online banking?
He's very interested in online banking because he wants to work out just how much money each of his victims has. Then he will get them to buy gift cards. But
while I enjoy this, I can enjoy this content. I've seen it so many times. I've seen similar videos so many times. I just get tired and sad. So yeah, I'll skip this one. But yeah, the scammers, people disrupting scammers will never not be hilarious and the right thing to do. Oh my god, we've reached the god of the Loomies. Yeah, anyway, let's keep moving. The history of locked chests.
In Minecraft, we have a chest, a double chest, a minecart chest, a trapped chest, and an ender chest. At one point, you could even make a triple chest.
Yeah.
But what about a locked chest? Yep, at one time, locked chests were actually a thing. And today, I'm going to tell you literally everything about them. April 1st, 2011 was approaching, and at the time, Notch, the main game developer, was planning to release Minecraft Beta 1.4, which added cookies, wolves, a new Minecraft logo, and locked chests. So basically, these chests were intended to be an April Fool's joke. Actually, the first ever Minecraft April Fool's joke, as Notch didn't really have time to announce Minecraft 4D in 2010 because he was in the middle of a move. So upon loading a new world in this version on April 1st, 2011, and yes, your PC's time has to be on that exact date, these so-called locked chests would spawn in the world, but you would usually have to walk around a while to find one. They were also indestructible, except for explosions, which is how someone could actually obtain one. You could even combine them together to make a double locked chest, and they even lit up at night. Upon right-clicking one of these chests, a pop-up would appear. Steve Co. Supply Crate. You need a Steve Co. Supply Crate key to open this.
Reference.
You can pick one up at the Minecraft store. Wow, so I guess pay-to-win servers weren't the first to come up with crate keys. It was Notch. Anyways, if you click to go to store, it would load this web page.
It was a TF2 joke.
Welcome to the Minecraft store. Here you could buy crate keys, a name change, which actually ended up becoming a free feature in 2015, a creeper saddle, a secret griefer identity, which I guess you could just use alts for that, an enlargement pill, a response from support, and some placeholder items. Now obviously this shop was a joke, as if you tried to actually buy stuff, you would just get a velociraptor jump scare. But if your cart amount went over 10,000, you'd be prompted with this message that says if you're prone to seizures, press cancel. I guess this also serves as a warning to you guys watching this. But if you clicked OK, the whole page would go berserk. This April Fool's Day joke was filled with references from Team Fortress 2, like their Manco supply crates, and Jurassic Park. Now Valve, who owns Team Fortress 2, didn't really like Notch's joke, and apparently spoke their minds about that to him. So a day later, Notch posted on his blog giving the advice to not joke about Valve. Also that day, the site got a multicolored banner that said April Fools. Then a few days later, on April 5th, a small patch to Beta 1.4 was released that disabled any locked chests still in the world from being used and would eventually decay like leaves. Now, if you think that this is the end of locked chests, well, you're wrong. You see, even though they all disappeared from world chunks upon loading them, the remnants of the locked chest remained in the game long afterwards. So if you happen to obtain one of these chests as an item by exploding it with something like TNT, it wouldn't be subject to removal. Even when you updated the game, you'd still be able to keep it as long as you just didn't place it. It wasn't until release 1.3, or just over a year since locked chests were added, that the texture of the locked chest changed to this. Now why, you may ask, does it look like an emerald block combined with the Minecraft version of Grimace? Well, it has to do with this file in the game called terrain.png. At the time, all the block textures in the game were actually stored together in a single image file, which allowed up to 256 different block textures.
Back in the day.
The issue with this is as the game...
Back in the day when making a texture pack was literally just changing one image like that.
started to add more features, the terrain.png file started to fill up,
my own one,
and old unused textures had to be cleaned up and eventually replaced. Which is exactly what happened to the locked chest, as Minecraft Release 1.3 added emeralds. So the developers decided to use that slot in the file for the new emerald block texture, thus making the locked chest, already an almost completely forgotten April Fool's feature, looking like this. Eventually, March 13th, 2013 rolled around with the Minecraft 1.5 patch, and the terrain.png file was getting so crammed that the decision was finally made to load each block texture from an individual file. This resulted in the locked chest texture changing to the standard missing texture, as there was no reason to make one for that block. Then release 1.6 came, which changed the missing texture, which resulted in this. At this point, it was pretty apparent that the days were numbered for the locked chest. In a development version of Release 1.7, locked chests were first made impossible to hold as an item, and can only be placed with /set block. One pretty interesting fact about this update is that their alphanumeric ID was also replaced with this, making it the longest block ID in the history of the game. Finally, when stained glass was added, it happened to use the same numeric block ID as the locked chest, which effectively marked the official removal of the item. This means that, theoretically, if you updated from a beta 1.4 world that contained locked chests to release 1.7, all those chests would turn into white stained glass. Pretty cool. So that's the history of the locked chest April Fool's joke. It lasted way longer in the game than it was supposed to, but that's good for us because it makes an interesting video. Alright, happy April Fool's Day everyone. I'll see you later.
Interesting. I was gonna say, I'm amazed that it lasted that long. I'm amazed that the lock chest feature from an April Fool's Day joke lasted that long. I did not know. I do not remember. Like Valve and TF2 people getting mad at Notch for posting a joke on TF2's expense. I wouldn't have imagined that they would do that, but apparently they did. Apparently they got mad. Interesting. Oh yeah, I'll have a little look at this. Another one of the Bejeweled videos that I don't understand what the hell's going on. It's all just stuff happening. Bow down more like Cook Brown Fox. Yeah, we might have the time today, Lyndon, if you want to post a song of yours. Locked April Fool's Legacy, we should not even have this. Longest block name ever, yeah. Number of moves I have left. Yes, I see it now. POV Sugar Madness Crystal Slider. Yeah, so you're being like super careful because you have a moves left thing. Rather than a timer, you have like a number of moves left. Yeah. Banana Rorius bows to no one. Left. Yeah. 344 gems. Nice. Banana Rorius bows to no one. Infinite glitch.
From an end dimension with no end stone, 74 cows spawning in a single chunk, the largest mushroom island in existence, and spawning thousands of blocks away from 0-0 in a new world, to unbeatable seeds which are impossible to play on, going to the end in under 20 seconds, the deepest village in the game, and 1 in 337 quadrillion rarity glitch seeds, of which only 1 exists in all of Minecraft. It's safe to say there are a variety of extremely unique and one-of-a-kind Minecraft seeds with special features that are so rare they won't ever be found again. Let's begin. When you create a new Minecraft world, you will always spawn around the coordinates 0-0, but often never directly at 0-0. That's because there is a 21 by 21 block radius at which you can spawn around the world's origin in the single-player world. The world's origin is its spawn point. For example, this world's origin is -24, 70, -42, and every time you die and respawn, as long as you haven't changed your spawn point, you will spawn within a 21 block radius around it. However, if I create a new world with this seed here, look at the coordinates we first spawn at. That's right, we are thousands of blocks away from 0-0. It's exceedingly rare to spawn this far away from 0-0. In fact, the odds of such a seed are about 1 in 2.55 trillion. And this only happened because on this unique seed, 0-0 was right in a large ocean, with the only biomes nearby being large mushroom islands. The way the game checks for spawn locations means extreme climates such as oceans and rivers are deemed invalid locations, as the game does not want to spawn players in the water, but on a grass block. However, in the game's eyes, since the same climate is responsible for generating mushroom islands, it thinks a location much further away from 0-0 is better than a mushroom island. So if the ocean and mushroom biomes are large enough around 0-0 and the right conditions are met, the game will continue to search further and further out for a spawn location. However, if we go back to 1.12.2, where it's possible to find even further spawns from the origin using this seed right here, and look how far away we have spawned from 0-0. This seed right here contains the furthest current known spawn from 0-0. The reason this seed is so far away is because back in 1.12 and earlier Minecraft versions, player spawning functioned differently. The game would first look for a grass block to spawn a player on between -256 and 256, and if there wasn't one, it jumps between -63 and 63 blocks in the X and Z directions and tries again. Basically, it keeps jumping in a zigzag formation until it can find a location where it can spawn the player. On this seed here, the ocean which the origin is in has a bunch of sand islands, and as such, the game tried 635 times to find a valid spawn location before finally ending up at one. The red dot on this graph is where it first checked, and the white dot is where it ended. Now, spawning super far away from 0-0 is certainly cool, but another one-of-a-kind seed, in fact it's a seed with a rarity of 1 in 25 quintillion, was found because of a similar principle. Using this seed here in Minecraft 1.12.2, let's load up a world and you'll see we once again have spawned quite far away from 0-0 on a small plains island in an ocean. However, what's even crazier is that because we are so far away from 0-0, we have spawned right above a stronghold. The odds of this happening is 1 in 4 million, but in an even more absurd twist, the stronghold's portal has 12 eyes in it and is already lit. The chance of finding an end portal with all 12 eyes is already exceedingly rare at 1 in 1 trillion, by the way. So not only spawning this close to a stronghold, but also the portal being fully lit makes this seed almost one of a kind. This seed right here is the seed in which you can enter the end the quickest in, being able to enter it mere seconds after loading the world. Or rather was the quickest until this other 1.12.2 seed was found where you can enter it quicker. I guess it's more of a two-of-a-kind seed then. And speaking of the end, well, imagine using that seed to enter the end at record pace only to find yourself in this. That's right, there currently exist 19 known seeds where the end's main island has absolutely 0 end stone. You better have brought a lot of blocks because beating the dragon will be a massive challenge. Interestingly though, such seeds seeds have existed since the end was first added back in Minecraft 1.0.0, and occurs because specific world seeds will just pick 0 for the number of blocks to make the main end island out of. Even though there is currently an unresolved bug report about this behavior, technically it's a feature, but it's unlikely to be intended. Anyways, you can see that the Ender Dragon behaves a bit weirdly on this seed, but can still mostly fly around as normal. And bad news, killing the dragon won't let you escape the end either, as the end portal's bedrock frame partially tried to generate below Y level 0, where blocks cannot be placed, meaning there is no area for the portal to light. Interestingly, Andrew and Matt, who found the seeds, also found end islands with 1 endstone, 2 endstone, 3 endstone, 6 endstone, 10 endstone, and more. It's a very cool collection of unique seeds. Staying on the topic of the end, another unique end seed exists. A common object you'll see generate in the end are these floating pillars. In general, these only tend to be roughly 4 to 8 blocks tall. However, in Minecraft 1.16.1, if you use this seed and go to these coordinates, you will encounter 4 of these end pillars, all connected and stacked upon one another, like so. What you are looking at right now is the current tallest endstone pillar in Minecraft, sitting at 26 blocks tall. Pretty cool. The code and information surrounding how this seed was discovered can be found in this link here. We've talked a lot about the end and its quirky, unusual seeds, but what about if you, well, just couldn't go to the end in the first place? As it turns out, if we go back to Minecraft 1.8.9, there exist a handful of seeds where you simply cannot beat the game, and the chance of such seeds generating is around 1 in 42 billion. Now, seeds are cool and all, but you know what's even better? Well, downloads to the various worlds and experiments I've done in the past available on my new Patreon. If you want to support my channel to continue making videos consistently, as I have for 4 years now, please consider subscribing to my Patreon here. There's lots of cool perks you can get that I've never made publicly available before. Oh, and be sure to subscribe to my channel, so maybe we can hit 1 million subscribers one day before I die of old age. No pressure. Anyways, in Minecraft 1.9 and above, a total of 128 strongholds can generate in a world. But in Minecraft 1.8.9 and earlier, only 3 strongholds can generate, all roughly 1,280 blocks away from 0,0. When a seed generates a stronghold, there are certain factors that can influence where and how it generates. For example, the game tries not to generate strongholds in biomes like deep oceans, as the Y level of deep ocean biomes is so low that it can lead to exposed strongholds, which the game doesn't want. So, the game can move the stronghold from the position it was meant to generate if that location is invalid by about 112 blocks. But if there is no other valid location within that 112 block radius, then the stronghold will generate in that invalid location regardless. So if you find a deep ocean biome big enough, the stronghold will be forced to generate there. Another structure which can generate in deep ocean biomes are ocean monuments, and ocean monuments have the ability to override a stronghold's end portal generation, preventing it from being lit or functional. Back in 2021, the Minecraft at Home team discovered 5 seeds where all 3 strongholds of a Minecraft world were overwritten by an ocean monument in various ways, effectively making the seed inaccessible and thus making Minecraft unbeatable. I made a video about that here if you're curious. Now, these aren't the only known unbeatable Minecraft seeds. In fact, there exists an unbeatable seed in modern versions of the game as well. If you use this seed in Minecraft 1.16, you will spawn in an underground lava pit and immediately die. If you hit respawn, you will respawn in the lava pit and once again, immediately die, and this cycle repeats over and over and over and over. You cannot escape before you die, effectively making this seed unbeatable, as you cannot even play it. Well, unless you use a bug in an obscure snapshot of Minecraft that allowed you to crawl into this space, which you shouldn't be able to, but that doesn't count. Discovered by Cortex and Moin Cow Milk, the reason this happens is because the locations surrounding the origin are all invalid. There is no grass, forcing the game to spawn the player underground here instead. Now, spawning in a world where you can't go to the end or you die over and over would suck, but what about if you had a seed that made you feel like the luckiest player ever, only to make you feel like the unluckiest a second later? Earlier in this video, I mentioned that there are exceedingly rare seeds where an end portal can generate with all 12 eyes already lit. If we boot up Minecraft 1.9.4 and use this seed here, and head to the stronghold at these coordinates, you find yourself with a 12-eye end portal. Astonishing luck, right? Well, unfortunately not, as this is a 12-eye end portal that cannot be activated. But why? Well, updating this world to newer versions of the game and enabling chunk borders will display exactly why. It's because 3 of these eyes are located in a different chunk, and all 12 eyes need to be in the same chunk for it to generate as a lit portal. What has happened here is Minecraft is technically recognizing this as 2 different end portals, one with 9 eyes filled and another with 3 eyes filled, which by chance generated right next to each other and merged perfectly. This occurs due to the way strongholds generate, where the portal is generated multiple times if it's in multiple chunks. So this portal here was generated twice, once with 9 eyes and once with 3 eyes. Considering the already high rarity of 12-eye portals, finding a 12-eye
sometimes
seed
ocean
where
monuments
the
can
portal
spawn
isn't
super
in the same
close.
chunk but also perfectly lines up to be a 12-eye portal is quite an astonishing feat. Alright, let's move away from end-related seeds now, and just kidding, there's still another one-of-a-kind Minecraft seed related to the end that I just have to show you, and it might actually be the rarest seed in the entire video.
It's okay, Josh.
As demonstrated by
okay.
brewing cow milk here, if you use this Minecraft seed on 1.16 and head to these coordinates, you will probably find yourself looking at one of the most bizarre things in all of Minecraft.
Bizarre.
Let's unpack what is going on here. So first of all, a stronghold and an ocean monument have generated over the top of one another here, but more specifically, the Elder Guardian has spawned inside the stronghold's portal room. The chances of an Elder Guardian generating over the top of an end's portal frame is 1 in 43.1 million, so already an insanely rare seed. But there's even more to analyze here. As you can see, there is a glitched lit end portal here as well. If we turn on chunk borders, you can see that the reason this portal is lit is similar to the seed we just talked about. This chunk here of the portal is internally recognized by the game as a 12-eye portal, despite the rest of the portal not generating as a 12-eye. When I say this is a one-of-a-kind Minecraft seed, I'm not kidding. All the currently known lit end portal seeds in 1.16 were scanned, and this was the only one in existence where a guardian spawns over the top that can enter the end by itself. This is actually a one-of-a-kind Minecraft seed. The probability of a random player generating it by chance is 1 in 337 quadrillion, and there is no other like it that can be found. Now, another lesser known game mechanic is that of passive mob spawning. When you generate a new world, the seed actually determines how many passive mobs will spawn in certain chunks and locations. If we use this seed here in Minecraft 1.16, which spawns us on a mushroom island, and walk about 30 seconds west, you will find a Minecraft chunk which has spawned 74 mushroom cows. As explained by the seed finder, such a seed is so rare to find, not only because you need to find a chunk seed that spawns so many mobs, but also because it needs to be in an already mushroom biome with suitable surrounding terrain. Mushrooms are the most optimal choice for finding the most passive mob spawns in a single chunk, as they spawn in some of the biggest herds in the game, which is why a mushroom island is required. Furthermore, they are the only passive mob which can spawn in such a biome, obviously. Okay, let's move on to some seeds with oddities you won't ever see playing Minecraft normally. The first of which is this seed discovered by Andrew for 1.16.1, where if you teleport to these coordinates, you'll notice a witch in a rather peculiar predicament. That's right, this witch hut generating right in the lava pit of a ravine which slices through a swamp biome is the current record holder for the lowest Y level or deepest witch hut in all of Minecraft. Extending down from Y level 16 all the way to Y level 5, you have to turn off fire tick to make sure it doesn't burn right away. Mansions are pretty rare in Minecraft, but using this seed, not only will you spawn in rather awesome looking terrain, but you'll also find yourself surrounded by 4 mansions, likely the most in such a close vicinity currently.
See, look at that. We were talking about ocean monuments before.
A unique phenomenon was discovered in Minecraft versions 1.19.2 and earlier, where large sinkholes could generate, as we'll get into in just a second. A side effect of this is that it led to potentially the deepest village generation currently known, with this seed here containing a village in a sinkhole as deep as Y level -55. However, sinkholes stopped generating in 1.19.3 and later versions, but fortunately another seed was discovered for modern versions of the game, where you immediately spawn at the bottom of a huge cave, where a desert village has generated at Y level -55 as well.
We'll see how I go.
The generation here is pretty astonishing, as not only is the cave system absolutely gigantic, but you go from a normal desert biome straight down to virtually bedrock level, completely unobstructed. Look at the way this desert village has generated by cascading down into the cave as well. Amazing. But back to sinkholes.
Now I'm just imagining
they
an
are a
Enderman
unique phenomenon
doing the
which occurs due to the
kick.
game's weirdness values being at unusual extremes, and weirdness controls the noise of terrain terrain, strongly influencing the height and depth of land. In very rare scenarios, it can lead to a huge decrease in the depth of terrain, generating sinkholes like so. These were technically fixed in 1.19.3, and a lot of sinkhole seeds have been found since their discovery, as I covered in my video about them here.
Nice.
But one seed I want to show you, which technically isn't a seed, but rather a special world generated by cracked magnet.
We have a couple weeks away before our break for this time of the year starts. We've got this week that it is currently, and then next week, and then that's it. That's the end of our first term of the year, and then oh god, that's Jesus Christ. Some of my students still have a wee way to go before getting done with that. Yeah. Oh Jesus, that's thinking about that just freaked me out because there's so much work needs doing, and I have several assessments due in the coming weeks. Oh god.
One of the discoverers of these sinkhole seeds is this one here, where the weirdness noise value has been modified to its extreme. That means what you're looking at right here is the theoretical limit for sinkhole seeds if the stars aligned, and such a seed could be out there waiting to be discovered. Pretty cool. But back to actual seeds now.
Speaking of
weirdness value also influences.
Speaking of doctors and medical stuff, actually a ton has happened since I last streamed. First of all, when I got sick at the start of this year, like around, I say start of the year, at the start of the school year, around February, the start of February, since I got sick, I, lost my hearing, and, I've basically recovered now from being sick, and yet my hearing is still bad, and so I've been to the doctor, and apparently my ears are, from that sickness, they got real messed up. So I'm having to go to the doctor's today, actually, to go get my ears, checked out. They're gonna basically take pictures inside my ears to see what the hell's going on with my ears. And on top of that, a couple weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, yeah, shortly after I last streamed, 2 days after I last streamed, I fell over at work and I horrifically injured my arm. I thought I had broken it. You can see a dent in it where it's still recovering. I had a bandage. I had an arm you can still see some of the bruising, some of the weird bruising that happened from it. Yeah, I thought I had broken my arm. It was so swollen that I thought I'd broken it. And we went to get it scanned. I actually went to the hospital to get it scanned. It's the first time I've been in the hospital in a long time. And thankfully nothing. Thankfully no fractures, no breaks, no nothing. But it was just really, really bruised. And to this, still at the moment, this whole area of my arm, this section of my forearm, it's not, this bruising is weird. I don't know why there's bruising back here, but I landed on on my forearm, and from here through to here, it's it's still numb. I still have very little sensation in it, and it's hard. It's like a lump. Because it's all the nerves were just, I'm guessing from falling over, all the nerves are destroyed and stuff. So yeah, my life is killing me. It's my new job and my study and everything. It's killing me. I'm dying. Lost my hearing, nearly broke my arm. Been the sickest for the longest period of time in my life. Dear. My spring break was last week, but I only do class on Wednesday. Ah, yeah, I see. Yeah. So you're doing a university type thing where you just have classes once a week? If so, or it might be a school thing, but either way, that's cool. That's cool. I like that setup. My online friend who I'm close with's dad tore his esophagus on Friday. Oh my god. Oh dear. Well, fingers crossed that can be solved and fixed and sorted soon. That's terrifying. I was lifting a motor in shield. It weighs like 60 kgs and it fell on my fingers. Oh my god, I hope your fingers are okay. And he is still bleeding, not needing. I thought it meant he's still needing surgery as well. I thought you missed the word surgery, not that you misspelled bleeding. Oh, okay. It's internal. Yeah. That's scary. That's really scary. I hope that they get medical attention soon. Oh god. Yeah. Thankfully, my injury is mostly recovered. I've mostly recovered from it, but it's still like if I shake my arm, I get pain all across my arm. But that is even worse. He'd have to go to the hospital. Yeah, that's just it. Like, I hope that they're getting medical attention very soon. I hope they're not just sitting around being like, "Nah, it's fine." Yeah. God damn. Anyway.
Some other mechanics in world generation, such as the height and midpoint of in-game structures, and in extreme cases can lead to them ignoring biome checks. Basically, if the weirdness value is extreme enough, structures can generate in the wrong biomes, as well as overlapping one another and in completely unusual states. Just as they have here in this one-of-a-kind
yeah, I've seen some of these
also
seeds.
discovered by
so
Cracked
weird.
Magnet, this seed here is truly a sight to behold. An ocean monument not in an ocean, with a woodland mansion stacked on top of it, not in a dark oak forest either, a pillager outpost that ascends above the clouds, 2 floating aquifers, and even a buried treasure. Let's not forget the stronghold suspended right in this body of water here. A fever dream type seed, if I do say so myself. Alright, let's load up this seed here, and things seem normal. We spawn on the beach of a jungle. But hold up a second, is that a mushroom island in the distance? Yes it is. A seemingly endless mushroom island. That's right, this seed here discovered by Giroux contains the largest currently known mushroom island at 5.41 million blocks. Looking at this seed in a biomes viewer really illustrates how insanely big the mushroom island is. At this point, I think it's more accurate to call it a mushroom continent. It takes about 2.5 minutes to fly with an elytra from this point here at the bottom to the top of the mushroom island, by the way. Insane stuff. If we use this seed here in Minecraft 1.16 and teleport to these coordinates, you will encounter a Minecraft anomaly. A single chest surrounded by 5 pig spawners. That's right, 5 functional pig spawners. This right here in the middle is a buried chest and the answer to what's going on here. The way buried treasure generates are by checking the blocks the buried treasure replaced and ensuring the chest is buried by surrounding it with the same type of block it replaced on each side besides the bottom. As you might be aware, in mesa biomes, cave spider spawners can generate pretty close to the surface due to the abundance of abandoned mine shafts. So basically what's happened in this exceedingly uncommon seed is that a buried treasure has spawned in a mesa biome right at the location a cave spider spawner would have been. As such, the game has replaced all the blocks surrounding the buried treasure with a spawner as it's meant to do, but its block ID data is not saved and as such it defaults back to a pig spawner, the default Minecraft spawner. Also, the chest is super bugged, by the way. And finally today we have another extremely unique and one-of-a-kind Minecraft seed. On Minecraft 1.7.10, using this seed, you notice you spawn quite far from 0-0 in a village. However, what you don't know is that right below your very feet is a stronghold in the same chunk you spawn in. And since we are on 1.7.10,
everyone who got injured, I hope things are going to get better soon.
Grab some villagers,
and for you, Josh, as well, I hope
mining, get some good gear, breed up the villagers, breed up the
doctors
sheep,
can help you with
for wool, trade the wool for emeralds, trade the emeralds for eyes of ender, a trade which you can only do in 1.7.10 and earlier versions, by the way. Get enough 5 Eyes of Ender, head to the end, and kill the dragon, all in the same chunk. That's right, this is a special Minecraft seed where you can beat the game.
Not been a good year for me so far.
Spawning, a seed which took almost 2
good in a couple ways, but like bad in so many others.
To find with all the right conditions. If you want to support my channel to continue making videos consistently, please consider
all we can hope for is that
you can get access to special censored
at this stage for me,
worlds and plugins from past video experiments.
With the way things are looking for me, it's just like if I can just make it to the end of 2024 and not fail everything that I'm doing, I'll be happy. If I can scrape by all my papers, I'll be happy. Because as I was saying earlier in the stream, like I've said this before. I was talking about my papers, how all my papers are like written papers. So like all the assessments for all my papers that I'm doing are all like essays, and they require that I reference texts, and they're going to be formatted in academic writing format, which I'm terrible. I'm terrible at all of that. I've never been good at writing essays. And this, like, the first paper of this year that we did, the final assessment was a written assessment, and I did poorly. Thankfully, the rest of the paper had a bunch of non-written assessment stuff, so I was able to get, I was able to do okay. I passed, thankfully, my very first paper, my summer semester paper, but there's a couple of papers I'm currently doing which have written assessments, and let's just say if that first paper that I did only had written assessments, I would have failed the paper. So I'm rather nervous. I'm rather afraid of the upcoming written assessments for a couple of my papers. And like I've talked about this before, but let's just say that what I was talking to someone about this before. I had a revelation a while ago where I was like, these papers that I'm doing now, some of these papers, they're the first papers that I've ever done where what you're being taught in the paper doesn't line up with what you're being assessed for. So, it doesn't just line up with the assessments. Like, when I first started university, I was doing computer science and physics. In computer science and in physics, in computer science, they teach you programming, then they assess you by getting you to write programs, right? So they teach you, this is how programming works. Now make a program, and then you rank a program, and that's your assessment. Admittedly, there was a multi-choice final assessment, which I always like managed to somehow fuck up. But at least the majority of the papers, grades were derived from doing the thing that they're teaching you to do, right? In physics, they teach you these are the principles of physics, and then you write your final assessment is doing the physics mathematics, basically. Admittedly, they don't teach you maths in physics, so I guess there's that element, but in order to do physics at university, you usually have a prerequisite of maths. So, to do it, you have to be good enough at maths to do it. In all the languages papers that I did as like side papers, they teach you the language and then they assess you on the language. These papers that I'm doing now, they're the first time ever I've had a paper where they're teaching me about teaching. But then only one paper, really, is assessing me on my capability of teaching. The rest are all, they teach you about teaching, and then they get you to write an academic writing assessment to do with like the topic that they were covering in the field. They get me to write an essay. They get me to write about something. And like, if it was just they get you to write about something, that's fine. I'm capable of writing. I'm not illiterate, you know. But it's the fact it's academic writing. There are papers you can take at university, and then you got fired. I might at this stage, if I don't like really put all of my effort into if I don't like genuinely make like work the hardest I've ever worked in my entire life, I'm probably going to end up getting fired because my job relies on me passing my papers. So yeah. What the? I've been going through a problem where one of my friends keeps saying weird things. My other friend tries to stop it, but sometimes it devolves into chaos. Weird. Stay strong, brothers and sisters. We have to at least make it to GTA 6. Yeah. You can do this. Well, thank you. Yeah. What was I saying? What the hell was I saying? Right. Yeah. No, it's just there are like papers, at least at Auckland Uni. When I went to Auckland Uni, this uni I'm doing it through is a different university. These papers I'm doing are through a different university that I don't honestly trust is as good as Auckland Uni. Part of me wishes that I just done my education papers through Auckland Uni, but yeah, let's just say at Auckland Uni there were papers you could take that were on academic writing. Basically, half of the English papers, because I wanted to do an English paper just to see if I could like, I was like, is there a creative writing paper? And I wanted to like look into creative writing papers at Auckland Uni, but they didn't really have anything like that they had one paper like that at level 3, which I was like, it's going to be too complicated, too hard for me. Because I've done creative writing at high school, not year 3 university. So I was looking into English papers at Auckland Uni, and they were all about academic writing. And so I know that academic writing is like a whole subsector of English at uni. But this paper that I'm doing, this education degree diploma that I'm doing, doesn't have any prerequisite of academic writing. So I've never learned academic writing, but then they expect that of me to like half of the assessments, like a good third to a half of the marking criteria comes from writing academically, and I am no writer. So I'm quite scared because the papers that have mostly written assessments, how the hell am I going to pass those? I read Benares as the homosexuals. Which, same thing. Well. Yeah. So anyway.
Models from past videos, and access to 49 of my videos from 2014, which I've had private since. And your name could be featured right here at the end of every one of my videos as well.
Yeah, we've got about 5 minutes left in the stream. And we're like right near the top from when I last refreshed. I was gonna say we have a very little time. What's this video? Anything can sound like a choir with enough voices in 2D. Okay, well we'll watch. We'll see if we can watch these two, and then I'll refresh the page and just have a look to see what the deal is. You know what? No, I'll refresh it now. I was gonna say, I'm sure there's a few up the top. You just post your song here. Okay, wait, there's 4 here. Let's just see if I can get through these really quick. This is only a minute long, this one. This is a timed one. This is about like getting as many switches in as possible. You shouldn't be scared, but not the rest will be by your side. Banana Rorius also never took academic writing. As Plutarch once said, there's nothing to fear other than fear itself. Exception to Banana Rorius. Final analysis is true. No, I don't. I'm gonna dunk the appointment later today. I'm kidding, poor goat.
Game over.
I like the good. Nice. Oop. All right, what's this? I thought this probably also looks pretty short. Yeah. Oh God. Information overload. Should chat to Taylor a copy of the operations. We'll show doing lines up like we might have it inside. Yeah, that's the thing is like I would like to talk to Taylor and our Poppy about like what the papers were like for them, and because I'm assuming I don't actually know if Poppy did it at Auckland, but I'm assuming she did it at Auckland. And I'd be curious to know if it differs. All I do know is that someone was saying, one of the people in the program that I'm in, this friggin' song backdrop, one of the people in the program that I'm in was talking about someone else they knew who did education. But they were doing it in Auckland as well. And first of all, the Auckland uni degree or diploma for education was only 4 papers per semester. So you did 4 in the start, 4 in the end, and then 4 in the first semester, 4 in the second semester. Damn. Yeah, they had 4 papers in the first semester, 4 papers in the second semester, and then when they were on placement, so when they were at schools like doing uni, doing their because when you're doing education throughout the year, you have to get placed at 2 different schools and shadow teachers just to like get a feel for the classroom and everything. Apparently, while they were on placement, uni work just stopped. No workshops, no no assignments, no like all the other papers surrounding the education paper. Because like at least at Waikato, the way it works is one paper is your like placement paper that has assessments and stuff attached to it. But sort of. But all the other papers, like you're doing a bunch of papers alongside a paper that is your like placement paper. And at Auckland, it sounded like they basically all the other papers worked alongside that placement paper to basically stop no assessments, no lectures, no workshops while people were on placement. Which takes a huge load off because unlike what I'm currently dealing with, I'm working at school, working at school as a teacher while doing the uni stuff. And I'm gonna be going on a placement at some point, but the work continues through the placements. So like I'm gonna be placed at another high school coming up later in the year. Like in about 3 or 4 weeks time, I'm probably gonna be starting my second placement. And that like throughout that whole placement, I'm gonna be having work for other papers to do. So yeah, like it's the way they're running it is definitely different from the way that Auckland does it, and that worries me because I don't trust Waikato University as much as I trust Auckland University. So yeah, I'm a little nervous about that, and it makes me wonder like whether I just forget the program I'm doing and just go do my degree. This is something I've been like juggling in my head for weeks now. Is like, is it worth continuing with this current setup and failing, or would it be better if I just like cut my losses, forget the program that I'm currently in, and just go back to university and do my uni degree as per normal, and then like aim to get a job afterwards, because yeah, it's this program I'm doing is really, really intense and a little scary. It's definitely the hardest I've worked in my life, I would say. Intensive care unit, yeah. This is everything I've loved in one place. Me, I can't hear. Else my aunt and grandpa, turn it up, turn it up. I can relate being half deaf. Yeah. If you guys want the rainbow Tylenol mashup, that should be in the Reddit posts comments. Oh. Wait. Okay, let's have a look. I think it was a mix-up of Josuke and Josh. Such a shame from it. It's so cis. I was gonna say I haven't touched my Reddit since the update, so I'm guessing that's why. Ever since it's been updated, it looks like this. I just noticed it looks kind of like almost, not quite, got the bi flag going on, bi flag colors on my Reddit. Freaking Mario. Oh dear. So weird. Anyway, so we've got a couple more. Updated Google Diner. Oh, this is that one. Ah. Oh. Wait, I don't remember if I Let's have a look at this one next time. We'll have a look at this one properly next time. I'll intentionally put the watched flare. Once again, I forget how to freaking add flare. Was it in there? Save hide report? No. Oh, I forget how to do it now. How do I add flare? Mod actions? There, it's under here. I'm assuming. There it is. I'll put the watch here. Even though we're gonna listen to Lyndon Beat's song here, we'll have a look at this first thing next time. Just because I need to get moving for my doctor's appointment. I was gonna preemptively. What the? Oh, here. It just kept opening the same thing. Excuse me. Yeah. It kept opening the. Damn it! It kept opening the same Reddit page over and over. Two rabbit holes, yeah. People have too many points, don't they? I need to set up the I really need to set up the voting, the gambling thing, and make them worth a lot more points. Make the redeems worth more. People have too many points. Gambling. I'm sorry, Lyndon. Oh, give me a cheeky like. Oh, sing the song. Oh my god. It's not gonna be some more parts. Some more parts with reverb. Fart, laugh, fart. Fart, laugh, laugh, bang, fart, fart. Yeah. So yeah, my it's gonna work. It's gonna work. It says it works. Oh wait, no, you don't have any points, RNG. That's what it's saying. Excuse me, cost 100 blessings, rorius. You have 0. Yeah, this is the outro to the stream. Yeah, so I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream for a new Lethal update. Oh, I'll have to check it out. But yeah, oh, you gotta go. Yeah, I'm heading off as well, Jamster. So have a good rest of your night or day. I forget where you live. They added a butler. A butler? How is that? Wait, what? All right. I don't even understand what that means. But listen to Stylus, Tyler. No. I gotta get going. I gotta get moving. So I'll just say one last time, thank you all for joining me. I gotta get going because I gotta go to the doctor's. But you could use my stuff for whatever you want. Oh, thank you. I'll have to have a listen through your full discography and see what what it's like and where I could potentially use it. Because yeah, it'd be awesome to include some of your stuff in my, like, especially in my game projects. If I could make a game that uses a bunch of your music, then yeah, we could we could collaborate. Thank you. I will try and go have some lunch. I'll probably try and have some lunch after my doctor's appointment. Well, it depends on when. Yeah, maybe before, maybe after. We'll see. Will next stream be game stream? Yeah, as long as the stream happens before May, it'll be a game stream. I am very, very tempted to I played a little bit of that in my spare time. I'm extremely tempted to play this. Spoiler alert. We played the original Turnip Boy game on the channel a while back, and when I saw this was out, I was like, hell yeah. Hopefully short, little fun, silly game. We'll have lots of laughs. I haven't played the Stardew update. No, there's a ton of games that have updated that I haven't played the updates for. I was just mentioning it earlier that I haven't played the Half-Life update. They updated Half-Life 1 for the anniversary, and I still haven't played the update. I haven't played the Stardew Valley update, the 1.6. Haven't played there's a Lethal Company update I hadn't even heard of. There's the Deep Rock Galactic. There's not an update, but new game. I don't know if people have heard. There was a announcement about Subnautica 2. Subnautica 2 is on its way. I'm super hyped. It's mainly a multiplayer update for Half-Life 1. I mean, yeah, the most of it is multiplayer related, but Stardew has a bunch of cool stuff. Yeah, I have seen there's a bunch of cool stuff in the Stardew update. At least I saw before they released it, I saw that there was a bunch of cool stuff. Now that it is released, I'll have to have a look to see what's new. But yeah, wish me luck. It's probably going to be a little bit before I stream next, because if I look at my calendar, I have an assessment due next week, Monday, the following week, as well as Friday, and the following week after that. I have 8, 15, 22, I think. These 3 Mondays all are assessments due, as well as the 12th. So this coming weekend probably won't be streaming because I'll be getting ready for the assessment. The following weekend definitely won't be streaming. But the weekend after, that's a hit maybe. Though I will say, actually that's not entirely true, because the 12th is also the final day of the term. So from after this assessment, these days are free, so I can probably stream sometime this week. So yeah, next time you see me will probably be mid-April, somewhere around this time. And definitely the following week I could be doing stuff because that's still holiday. So yeah, I'm on holiday I'm on the school break these 2 weeks. However, yeah, school starts again on the 29th, so definitely this week, this the final week of April. There'll be I'll probably have plenty of streams then. But yeah, probably sometime in the mid-April will be when I next stream. Yeah. All right. See you guys. Hopefully you have a good rest of your day. I'll see you. It'll be a little while, but I'll see you next time. Fingers crossed I don't die in the meantime. Fingers crossed I don't get more bad luck and I end up getting myself injured horrifically. And I'll see you all then. good luck. Don't die, yeah. Good morning, good evening, and good night. Have a good rest of your day. But if you do, respawn. Yeah. See you later in the next few weeks or so, and survive through, yeah. Thank you. I shall try and survive, but we'll see how it goes. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Why would you say die? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be like that, but I'm just really nervous. I'm just really nervous, okay? See you guys.